Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon or evening thus far. We are going live as we have a potential for a severe weather outbreak this evening across Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. And we are already starting to see a increasing risk of very large hail, damaging winds, and even a risk of tornadoes. And that is beginning to ramp up. This is live right now with Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. They are north of Oklahoma City near Orlando, Oklahoma. And this storm has an interesting little look right now. It has a little inflow going to it. It's trying to form a wall cloud right now. And so we are beginning to watch this storm organize, currently over to the west of Stillwater. And over the next several minutes, there is obviously a possibility that this storm might try to become tornadic. So we got to keep a very close eye on this. By far, though, a phenomenal view here of this storm. Obviously, this is very different chasing terrain and also very different viewing terrain than we're accustomed to on this stream, at least recently. We've been covering a lot of the Ohio Valley where there's a lot of trees, can't really get good views of storms. This is a very clear and picturesque shot that we have right now just to the north of Oklahoma City. So generally speaking right now, again, the tornado risk with this storm isn't very high, but this would be the beginning stages of a potential for a tornado. And again, this one is just starting to form near Perry, Oklahoma, and it will be moving towards Morrison and Pawnee. But really crazy little cloud structure we have going on with that storm right now. And that's not the only storm that's going on. We got a lot of thunderstorms going up. We have 11 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we are expecting the increasing risk of significant damaging winds, very large hail, and also the threat of tornadoes. So our severe weather risk is only going to be increasing from here, and it's all beginning in Oklahoma and Texas, where we now have a slew of thunderstorms that have gone up over the last hour. But before we talk about the storms, we do have a couple of tornado watches that are in effect, the first of which was just issued not too long ago. This one is going to be across Texas and Oklahoma. It goes until midnight tonight, where the risk of a couple of strong tornadoes, scattered hail to the size of apples, which is 3 inches in diameter, and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour is likely. We are expecting discrete and semi-discrete supercells over the next few hours, and then it's going to transition into a line of thunderstorms, which would be a QLCS tornado threat. So the risk of tornadoes is anticipated to increase, especially as we get closer to sunset and after sunset, and this is likely going to turn into a nocturnal tornado threat. We also have a tornado watch in effect for parts of Kansas and Missouri. This one was issued only about 15-20 minutes ago or so, just south of Kansas City near Springfield, Bolivar, Village of the Four Seasons, and back into Joplin, where a couple of tornadoes will be possible anytime from about now until about 1 a.m. Central Time. Scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, and then tennis ball-sized hail is also likely. But really the big story right now is that storms are quickly going up right now. We are starting to see a lot of hailstorms anywhere from Ponca City back towards Watonga. These are producing hail as large as the size of golf balls, but this one right here near Perry again has my attention right now. It's not rotating a whole lot right now, but you can see again the structure on this storm is quite remarkable. I mean, this is a large lowering that has been forming here over the last 15 to 20 minutes. Generally speaking, again, we're not seeing any sort of crazy spin or rotation, but it's obviously pretty scary looking right now just south here of Perry. This is a non-severe storm right now, but since it's pretty close to our boundary, there is a little more heightened tornado risk if it's able to remain discrete. So that's what we're looking at here right now. Kind of a crazy little structure here over in Perry. This will be moving again towards Morrison, US Highway 412, and then eventually heading in the direction of Glencoe, Pawnee, and Skeety. So if you're in any of those places in Oklahoma, we gotta be watching this storm really closely. But this isn't the only storm that we're looking at right now. We also got storms further back down to the south and west that are also causing some problems and are beginning to really ramp up. And that is over here to the south of Sire, northwest of Vernon, Texas. We got a pretty intense cluster of thunderstorms that has gone up here just over the last couple of hours. And it is producing really significant damaging winds right now. We're up to 70 mile per hour damaging winds, and there's also a risk of $half sized hail. This is also where we are monitoring an increasing tornado potential. The Storm Prediction Center has mentioned that there is a risk of tornadoes at least over the next couple of hours. It should be increasing between now and about 8 o'clock Central Time. There's also a risk of hail as large as the size of 3.5 inches in diameter. That's basically the size of a teacup. There's also a possibility of strong tornadoes, so tornadoes up to 130 miles per hour, and then damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour for Elk City, Altus, Hobart, and as well as just east of Shamrock, Texas. And this would honestly already include areas like Vernon, Texas, too, off to the west there of Wichita Falls. So again, our risk of severe weather is really starting to increase. We do have storm chaser Edgar O'Neill, who is on this line of thunderstorms, so we are going to be keeping a very close eye on him. But I'll be also watching these storms off to the west of Oklahoma City. We're keeping very close tabs on these over near Weatherford Hereford and New Cordell. There is not really a whole lot of rotation right now. However, they are discrete cells, and as they continue to track to the north and east, I honestly think the tornado threat could end up increasing. So we need to keep a very close eye on that. We have a pretty significant storm also north of Crescent in Oklahoma near Marshall. That is producing golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And this is what it looks like right now over in Perry. It looks like it's attempting to form a wall cloud right now. It's not rotating much on radar, but the storm near Perry is looking ominous. The cloud's obviously very low to the ground right now.
Just snatch them.
I'm going to turn that on. Did I have my green screen up? Oopsie. That was a fail. All right. Green screen should be on now. So right here, that's where we're looking for that low ring. Again, a little bit of rotation right there. Over there on the right. Obviously, there's a lot of trees here, but that is the area of interest. Very low clouds right now. This is very different from most of the storms we saw yesterday, but the clouds are very low to the ground, only about a few hundred feet off the ground, and that could lead to, again, a tornado threat here.
I was just watching that.
Was that loud? Oh, crap. What happened? Why is it loud? Well, we probably should have tested that before stream. Change the mic settings.
Yeah, with the cloud base is so low. That happened so quickly.
Apparently, people are losing their ears from whatever just happened.
Yeah. It doesn't smell like dry rain.
Alright, let me fix it.
It smells like wet rain. Like it's supposed to smell.
Apologies for any headphone users. We did not know the audio would be that loud.
Kind of an iconic quote.
All right, I turned it down 5 dBz, so hopefully that'll help. All right, let's go back over to storm chaser Ryan Scholl. He is currently located north of Guthrie, and this is what these storms look like right now. And so this is a large shelf cloud that we have currently over near Crescent. This storm is currently producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, but it's also producing golf ball sized hail. This storm will be tracking towards Interstate 35 north of Guthrie, going in the direction of Perry, Oklahoma. So if you are in the severe warning right now, get ready for damaging winds. There will be an increasing risk of golf ball sized hail too. We've had a lot of chasers in this general area seeing some hail accumulation on the roadway, so there's definitely some stacking up of hail that is happening on the roadways, on some of the grassy surfaces. Really won't make anything too slick out there, but that's something that's happening right now. This is also a photo that was just sent in just moments ago from storm chaser Ryan Scholl, and again you can see that shelf cloud shape here. Again, not a wall cloud. There's no really low-hanging clouds that are rotating, so this is not a rotating supercell, but this one is expected to continue to produce damaging winds anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour and golf ball sized hail as it continues to track towards Morrison, Pawnee, and Stillwater. This is the storm that Tornado Pagey's been on, and again there has been a lowering on this thunderstorm for at least the last 10 to 15 minutes. The big problem that we are seeing, at least in northern Oklahoma right now, is that a ton of thunderstorms have been going up. I mean, they're everywhere. There's not really any sort of definitive organization, and that is leading to all these shelf clouds developing. So this here is storm chaser Connor Croft, and let me go ahead and put him on full screen here. Let's go and put him in slot number 2. So this is storm chaser Connor Croft, and you can also see, again, this is a fully separate storm. This one's producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball sized hail, but this is also leading to, again, a large shelf cloud right now, and there's really nothing too low to the ground that would indicate a tornado threat. I think our greatest tornado threat in the short term will be any storms that form off to the east of these storms near like Marland, Oklahoma, for example, or the ones that are trying to develop around and west of Oklahoma City. So that is, again, not going to be necessarily where we're looking for a tornado risk. It'd be more of a damaging wind threat with a lower tornado threat in general. But this storm over here, again, I want to really keep close eyes on, because the one near New Cordell, Oklahoma, that thing's trying to organize. Again, it's a fairly discrete supercell, and if it can continue to turn to the right towards Corn, Eckley, and Hinton in Oklahoma, I think this one will have a higher tornado potential down the line. And we already have some storm chasers, I believe, that are going to be en route for that storm. And so we'll be keeping an eye on that. The very intense line of of thunderstorms right along the Red River Valley of Texas and Oklahoma is continuing to get stronger and stronger. This is going to turn into our dominant severe weather threat for this evening. Not in the next like hour or two. It's going to be really closer to like 8, 9 o'clock. Once this pushes towards OKC and Dallas-Fort Worth, this thing is going to be producing damaging winds anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour and the risk for tornadoes embedded in this line. So we need to watch this line very closely. We do have storm chaser Edgar O'Neill, who is nearby right now, and he's currently positioning, but we are keeping an eye on this line as it could end up producing a risk of tornadoes. But for right now, straight line damaging winds is the big concern, making its way towards Altus and also eventually towards Cache and Frederick in Oklahoma. Yeah, this storm here, again, near New Cordell, we got to really watch that one closely. I'd say that one out of any storm that we have is probably going to be the more concerning of our storms over the short term. Look at the storm over near Crescent, Oklahoma right now. We also just got a new severe warning for Ponca City and Newkirk. I'm gonna go back to here for a second. Over in Ponca City and Newkirk, this is in far northern Oklahoma. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This will eventually be tracking towards Cedarvale and Bartlesville. I do think that this right here will eventually become a line of thunderstorms too, so it'll likely also produce a more significant damaging wind and embedded tornado threat as this line of thunderstorms continues to upscale here over the next hour or two. We are also starting to watch a lot of thunderstorms going up across both Kansas and Missouri. We have no active severe warnings right now, but the severe weather risk is anticipated to increase over the next hour or two. There's very limited rotation on any of these storms right now, but there is a risk of tornadoes, especially if any storm can become more surface-based. For the most part, though, everything in Missouri and Kansas is, for the most part, elevated. None of these storms are rotating yet. I do think that will increase, though, with time as we get closer to sunset tonight. Also, we do have some severe weather happening in the Ohio Valley today. For the most part, though, this risk is going to be going down. The risk over in the Great Plains is increasing quite a bit right now. The stuff over here in the Ohio Valley only has maybe 2 hours left until it's all just general thunderstorms. A lot of this stuff is losing daylight heating, and it's already about almost 8 o'clock now on the East Coast. So again, the sun's setting. These storms are only going to be able to survive with daylight heating. It's a different story, though, here across Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and even Texas. The risk here is going to be going for the next several hours. So we are expecting a pretty significant severe weather threat to materialize here across Oklahoma, especially, and then back into Kansas and even parts of Texas. This storm looks interesting. That is pretty contaminated right now, but this is over here north of Crescent. I don't think there's much of a tornado risk right now, but you can see that little hook shape that's trying to develop. It is currently outflow dominant for the most part, so there's not really a legit tornado risk at this time on this cell. However, you can see that hook and that little inflow that is trying to come together here. So if it can kind of latch to the boundary, there may be an increasing tornado potential heading towards Orlando and Mulhall in central northern Oklahoma. So we need to watch this storm closely. There's also a live shot from storm chaser Mezzo Hunter of a lot of scary looking clouds right now. This is the storm near Kingfisher, Oklahoma. This is live right now, right along Oklahoma 3, and you can see that large area of just kind of scary looking clouds there on the left. I'm going to try the green screen mic again. Let me know if it's bad or not. Testing. Is it too loud or no? I don't know if it's too loud. That right there is scary looking clouds. I'm not going to talk further just in case. I want to make sure that the audio is better. Insane. Is it good or is it too loud still? Let me know. Just making sure. Everybody's saying perfect. All right. I also wasn't talking as loud as I usually would, but. Ooh. Look at all those scary looking clouds, though.
Look positive.
This is a wave of scary looking clouds.
We'll tell by the sound of it.
Again, there's no active tornado threat with this right now, but you can see all the, really low clouds to the ground. That's a lot of just, again, just condensation, just a lot of moisture in the air. Again, the dew point is very high right now. And so we have all these scary looking clouds underneath. Shelf cloud is kind of up here. It's trying to form a wall cloud, but it's kind of in a struggling stage right now near Kingfisher. This storm is going to be pushing towards Crescent and Guthrie, Oklahoma, also heading towards Interstate 35. So definitely get ready for this storm. Again, the tornado threat should begin to increase with this supercell if it's able to stay discreet, and I think it will probably do so. It's just going to be a matter of time as it moves towards Crescent. Look at all the Storm Chasers views there on the bottom of your screen. They're all looking at something very interesting. Bottom left, got a big shelf cloud. Bottom middle, you got a scary looking cloud base. And then bottom right, you got a little wall cloud back over on that storm near Perry. That is actually a wall cloud, by the way. The storm near Perry has a wall cloud. That's what we're looking at right here. So we got a wall cloud. There's some broad rotation on radar. It's right over US Highway 64 right now, north of Oklahoma City. And this is tracking towards US Highway 412. Can we get Stormer Media in slot number 1? They're also on this storm. So we do have a wall cloud developing. This will eventually be going towards Pawnee. But you can see that low cloud base in the middle of your screen. Got a little inflow tail coming in from the right. The storm looks a lot more interesting than it did about 5 minutes ago. This thing did have a wall cloud previously. We also just got a severe warning in Missouri. All right, so we are starting to see severe weather uptick, but look at how low the clouds are here in the middle and left. The very low cloud bases. We have quite a bit of rotation, at least quite a lot of spin in the atmosphere. Storm relativity is pretty high right now, and it's peaking within the next few hours. So if we were to see significant tornadoes, they would be happening within the next hour or two.
A little bit of quarters earlier, but this portion of the storm is not severe warned right now.
That's a good point, by the way. This storm, even though it looks kind of crazy right now, there is no active severe warning for it. You can see the rotation again right over State Route Highway, or sorry, not State Route, US Highway 64. There is some rotation on this thing. You can see that little hook shape to it. It's kind of a little baby looking storm right now. It's nothing too large. It's not like the one further off to the west that has a hook trying to form. And it's a much larger storm in general, much stronger updraft. That storm's been going for over an hour now. This one's only been going for maybe half an hour. So it's, you know, the lifespan of this storm has been a lot less time period than the one that we're looking at up here. But the clouds, again, are getting pretty low to the ground, and there's definitely a possibility that we could see a tornado with this thing. We're going to keep Tornado Pagey bottom right of your screen for a second. I do want to point out that our tornado risk for today is once again a 5% tornado risk. So that goes from southwest Missouri into north central Texas, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and Wichita. We all have an elevated risk of strong tornadoes this evening. The 2% tornado risk includes Kansas City, Springfield, just to the west of Dallas, Fort Worth, where an isolated tornado threat is going to exist over the next really 6 to 7 hours. We are talking about a risk as late as 1 to 2 in the morning. Keep in mind, though, we're not just talking about, you know, tornadoes. There's also a very significant risk of damaging winds and also very large hail. That is why we have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather in place for those in Wichita, Wichita Falls, and then just off to the west there of Oklahoma City. I do believe Oklahoma City is actually now included in the enhanced risk. You're kind of on the line of that. But again, all hazards are going to be possible this evening, and we are expecting an increasing risk of severe weather. And you can see again the rotation here on radar is definitely starting to get a little bit stronger right to the north of US Highway 64, and this will be tracking in the direction of Pawnee, Oklahoma. We're also watching a very large line of thunderstorms that has been going up over here in Oklahoma, or southwestern Oklahoma. This is Storm Chaser Edgar O'Neill, and you can see the large shelf cloud that is draping the sky. So there's a large shelf cloud down there. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl also has quite the view right now. This is the storm that was also beginning to rotate a little bit more. It has that like little hook on radar. This is north of Oklahoma City. This is north of Guthrie, heading towards Mulhall and Orlando. Got a little hook shape and an inflow. It's not really tornadic yet. It is still a little bit outflow dominant, but if the storm can latch to the outflow boundary, there would be a higher chance of a tornado. But pretty ominous skies at the bare minimum. Let me go ahead and put Storm Intermediate slot 2. This is what Tornado Pagey's looking at right now. Left side of your screen is that wall cloud. Might be able to see it. It's near Morrison right now. I'm on Eastern time zone. Good to know.
Wow.
There we go. We've been on Eastern time zone, I think, for the last 2 streams. Hey, Pox, so the super chat, how's Central Oklahoma looking today?
Radar scan there.
I think we're looking at all hazards. Damaging winds will definitely be the greatest risk with any storms that go up. That is a nasty looking storm once again. This is the one that is northwest of Morrison. The hail core is beginning to increase. I would expect quarter to $half sized hails falling back on the left side, just to the east again of Interstate 35 right now.
Sorry.
So that's kind of the undercarriage here of this supercell that is rapidly developing. I also want to point our attention back to western Oklahoma as our risk of severe weather is quickly increasing off to the west of OKC. We have, again, a couple of discrete cells that are going up, which could lead to a more heightened tornado threat if those are able to continue to stay organized. There is a broad area of rotation right now near New Cordell in Oklahoma. That'll be moving towards Corn and Eakly. So we need to keep very close tabs on that storm. And then further off to the west, we have a very large line of thunderstorms that has been going up, and this is right now producing mostly a damaging wind threat, but a tornado threat should begin to increase as this line continues to move to the northeast into a more favorable environment. Storm chaser Edgar O'Neill right now is kind of right along the leading edge of this line. I don't see any sort of rotation right now anywhere near Altus, but I do think down the line, once this goes towards Lawton, we'll probably start to get some kinks in the line. There's some very broad rotation over near like Sire, for example, as well as Eric, west of Elk City, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. I would still say, though, right now, the New Cordell storm, if it can stay discreet, would definitely have a better chance of producing a tornado as it continues to move off towards Hinton and Geary. So definitely get ready for that. And this is also back over here. Again, this is another view of that storm off to the northwest of Bill's Corner, Oklahoma, near Black Bear. That is our rotation. It is beginning to increase here to the west of Tulsa. This is a discrete cell. There's obviously a large cluster of thunderstorms behind it, but that right there is still rotating. We got some rotation on this storm making its way off to the northeast. Storm chaser Tornado Pagey right now is on that storm, and then storm chaser Ryan Scholl is looking at a beast of a shelf cloud near Mulhall and Orlando, tracking towards Interstate 35. If you look bottom right of your screen, what needs to happen for this thing to produce a tornado would be the hook reaching further off to the east into the outflow boundary. And if it can do so, that's when it can pull into that inflow and that warm air. And so the problem with this storm right now is if you look at radar, you can't really clearly see the outflow, but let's say the outflow boundary is right about there. This hook has to reach out to it. So our updraft has to reach to the outflow boundary, and if it does that, then it can start pulling in that warm and humid air. The problem is the storm is basically releasing a lot of cold and, you know, basically just a lot of cold air, and the problem is when that happens, our thermodynamics get messed up. So that's what's basically happening right now, and until this storm can catch up to the outflow boundary, it's going to have a tough time producing a tornado. This one over here, though, is in a different ball game at this point. This one's already latched to at least this boundary here, and it has a better shot of trying to produce a tornado, as it is currently sucking in some of that warm air. You can actually see the inflow tail right there. So this right here is the inflow tail. And then we'd be watching for a tornado risk back in here. But very obviously dark skies. And again, this storm's going towards Pawnee, Oklahoma. That is that inflow. It's basically almost scraping along the ground right now.
Just thank you, Ray, for the super chat.
What kind of stoplight is that? All right, let's go back over to the mic is in the sky. Oh, did it move? Should be better now. The microphone is apparently part of the thunderstorm. It wanted to be a part of it today. All right, back over to live radar. We got a new severe warning also in Texas. This one is south of Paducah for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds that will be going in the direction of Seymour here soon. This storm looks gnarly. Wow. Look at that. This is the one, again, north of OKC that has an elevated tornado potential, but the only problem is that another storm is firing up in that inflow tail, so it might have a little bit of a tough time trying to produce something here soon. But you again see that large shelf cloud, and then the inflow tail's on the right there. It's pulling that warm and moist air into the storm. That inflow tail goes for like miles. What does the red and green mean on the map? Red means winds going away from the radar, and then green means winds going towards the radar. That's how we can determine if a storm is rotating. But I do think this storm is going to be problematic, as long as we don't see more of that over-convection, too many storms basically firing up. but it looks like it's going to become problematic pretty quickly if this trend continues here. It is rotating once again. This storm has rotation. The base is right beyond the tree line right now. The Tulsa radar site, also the one north of Enid, has been displaying some rotation. The red, again, being the winds going away from the radar, green going towards the radar. That is below me. You can see that on radar. And so we got the inflow tail coming in from the right. That's pulling in warm and humid air. And we got cold air coming from the outflow boundary. So it's kind of mixing, and it's trying to, again, form a wall cloud and perhaps try to lead to a tornado threat. But the big hindrance right now is that we got a little cell that is developing directly to the southeast of this storm. And so as long as that kind of cuts off the inflow, the tornado risk would be lower in the short term. But if we don't have another storm fire up after that, we definitely could see a tornado risk with this. But it does look like it's trying to organize pretty quickly here. But this is by far the best storm that I've seen today on radar, and also just in general. We've had no storms that have looked anything like this. Everything has been pretty sloppy so far. Nothing's really been organizing. It's been a lot of what I would call crapvection, which basically just means storms that aren't really doing a whole lot when it comes to actually being organized. Just a lot of storms fired up at once. And this would be the one storm that is at least trying to produce something tornadic, which obviously would not be good. Again, there is at least a short-term hindrance, though, with that little cell that has gone up just out to the east of it. But once that merges with the supercell, I think the tornado risk could take off. Yeah, once again, this is what we're looking at here. We got also a hail core developing. Look at the velocities. And they're ramping up, guys. They're definitely ramping up. It's getting much stronger. I would say this is pretty close to being enough to issue a tornado warning. I don't think it's there yet, but I think it's not far from it. I believe this is in the, this is the Tulsa National Weather Service office that this will be moving into. There's also an area of rotation a little further to the northeast of Marland, west of Fairfax. So we need to keep an eye on that one too. But that right there is getting stronger. If I go full screen here, we'll just kind of zoom out everything. So again, we got all sorts of storms up here to the north. A lot of these little discrete cells are attempting to organize and produce more of a tornado threat. And then further off to the west, we got a massive QLCS line of thunderstorms that is attempting to develop with a couple of discrete cells out in front of it near New Cordell. Yeah, that right there is looking quite interesting. This is a live shot again underneath the supercell now. They're starting to move almost directly underneath it. They just updated the severe warning off to the north for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Look at that lowering right there in the middle. That looks interesting. That looks interesting right there in the middle. It's very low to the ground.
Yeah, there's kind of some interesting, oh, that's the Arkansas River. Oh, yeah.
Those clouds are getting way lower to the ground. And no tornado warning on this right now. Latest scan a little bit broader. This thing's trying, though. This is near Sooner Lake. It's approaching Watchorn, Oklahoma. Pawnee and Pawnee Nation would be the immediate places in the path of this.
Look at all that scud feeding up into it.
There's all sorts of stuff, though, just feeding right into the storm. They have issued a severe warning for this area now near Pawnee, Fairfax. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Got all sorts of interesting features, though, not just on the ground, but also on radar. But again, this is the area right here on the right where we'd be looking for a tornado risk. We got all sorts of stuff just feeding in from left to right here. Lots of, again, moisture. There's no tornado possible tag either on this severe warning, which is kind of surprising. Now we're looking right underneath it. This is just off to the basically crossing over US Highway 412 right now near Sooner Lake, Oklahoma. Hey, Enigma for the super chat. Isolated wind risk for West Virginia. Severe weather risk is definitely going down. So again, that is Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey right now, and this is what it looks like on radar. So again, rotation is crossed over US Highway 412. It's about to go up towards Sooner Lake and then towards Fairfax. This is also another area we need to watch, just southeast of Ponca City. This is going to be tracking towards Burbank and Schindler, which is south of Caw City. So that's a broad area of rotation that is also trying to form. This is from the Oklahoma City radar site, and you can see, again, some other storms that have also been going up. This is southwest of where the wall cloud is, just west of Pawnee. These ones are, for the most part, outflow dominant, but damaging winds, some large hail, and also a tornado risk will exist with anything that stays a little bit more discreet. Let me go back over to the full cam view here. This is what Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter's looking at. Can't really see a whole lot right now, but got some low clouds. I don't think this storm has a whole lot of a tornado potential right now, but very broad rotation directly north of Kingfisher, just east of US Highway 81. And then Storm Chaser Ryan Shoal is southwest of Orlando right now, where you can just see this very large shelf cloud. That is all a shelf cloud right there. The very low-hanging clouds all the way wrapping around. So that is a pretty cool feature here. Just realized our radio's not on. Hopefully nobody's been trying to talk to me. All right, nobody's been trying to talk to me. Cool. All right, back over to the west as well. We do have a very large line of thunderstorms currently across western Oklahoma, also back down into Texas. The biggest concern right now is going to be damaging winds, but there is also a risk for, again, tornadoes embedded in this line of thunderstorms. If we go over to velocities, you can see, again, mostly wind. There's really not anything rotating currently. All this is just straight line damaging winds that are pushing towards Frederick, Snyder, Hobart, and Granite. So 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds are the greatest concern. A little bit of hail is possible. Tornado risk, at least for the short term, is low, but I do think the tornado threat will increase as these storms continue to quickly march to the east in the direction of Oklahoma City. We also got a couple storms attempting to fire right now directly west of Oklahoma City. Nothing has really materialized yet, but this is going to be interesting to see if any of this pans out. Starting to see a little bit of pink on reflectivity. If this storm does go up, it could definitely produce some large hail and even a tornado risk with how far east it is of all these thunderstorms right now. So that'll be interesting to see if that pans out there. Back over to our storm near Watchhorn. Once again, rotation is still not tight. It's broad, but this storm has undergone a couple storm mergers already. And if it can stay more discreet, there will be a more elevated risk of a tornado. We also have a lot of convection going up near Pawhuska and Bartlesville. None of that's rotating, but a little bit of lightning and some small hail will be possible as those storms continue to move to the northeast. What it looks like from Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. Can't really see nearly as much anymore. Everybody's pretty much positioning and going east now. We'll have another view of this storm here in just a moment. Actually, if we go over to Storm Chaser Ryan Shoal, here's that large outflow boundary that is racing across Interstate 35 right now, south of Perry, Oklahoma. One of the cooler things with this storm is that you can see the outflow boundary. It goes all the way. That's my hand just disappeared. It goes all the way from here, and it wraps all the way back in. That is, again, a shelf cloud. That's going to be our leading threat of damaging winds. But, again, that is going to be... This storm will likely be producing at least 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds, at least for the foreseeable future, as it goes towards Interstate 35.
I don't think it's a new tornado watch in Missouri.
Rotation's been fairly broad on this storm also, but if it can catch up to the outflow boundary, if that updraft can catch up to it and pull in some of that warm and moist air, I definitely wouldn't rule out a tornado threat. Got to Shroom with the super chat. Also, thank you to App for the super chat. I'm here in Stillwater, Oklahoma, watching you and playing video games. Thanks for the news and updates on the weather. Hopefully my house stays intact. Well, hopefully it does. Appreciate the generous super chat. Yeah, I think, again, generally speaking tonight, obviously we are talking about the threat of numerous to almost widespread storms and then scattered to numerous severe weather. But obviously, if you just have ways to receive alerts and take the proper precautions, I think everybody's going to be all right tonight. Obviously, there is a risk of strong tornadoes, which we got to be taking seriously here. especially in Oklahoma and even maybe North Texas and Southern Oklahoma. There is a conditional risk over here in Missouri. I just don't know if Missouri is going to pan out. We'll see. We got a little storm near Nevada that has gone up, going towards Walker, west of El Dorado Springs. You can actually see the small hook that's developing. Very weak velocities, but this is right next to our warm frontal boundary. And so over here in Missouri, we are talking about a warm front setup, which basically means any storms that are just to the south or along that warm front are going to be pulling in a lot more wind shear. Anything that lifts north of it is going to become elevated and is not going to be producing much of any tornado threat. So that is something that we'll be keeping an eye on up here for. And then further back off to the west in Kansas, everything's just going to ride on our convection down to the south, which so far has been pretty sloppy and messy here east of El Dorado and Wichita. But if anything can become a bit more discreet, there would be a better chance there of a tornado risk. But more than anything, large hail and damaging winds will be the main concern. All right, this back over to our new severe thunderstorm warning. We got a new one here just south of Perry, near Oklahoma 51, Interstate 35 near Orlando. Look at this shelf cloud. Look at that shelf cloud here. This is that storm. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl. He's about to go by the cross section of Oklahoma 51 and Interstate 35 near the Smoky Pokey restaurant.
It's a very mean looking storm still. Absolutely.
Now, off the record, if there were to be any sort of tornado threat with this, which there isn't imminent right now, there's nothing imminent, but it would be right there in the middle left, or middle right, excuse me, where that lower hanging base is. But again, this storm would have to catch up to the outflow boundary. That updraft would have to catch up to it.
It's be a rough stream. Logical-wise. That's fair. Okay, so we should be up right here.
Off topic, but if you guys saw the Artemis launch today, I live in Florida. I was able to see it. Believe it or not, I did see it. This right here is actually, I'm pretty sure, still some of the smoke trail. This is looking directly north here from one of the radar Omega cameras along the East Coast. You can actually see a little bit of the smoke trail there. Kind of cool. Happened over in Cape Canaveral today. Now, I would have probably gone live for it if it wasn't for me actually being able to see what was actually happening outside. It was pretty cool. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Oklahoma. This one's going to be back up near Ponca City for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and $half sized hail. We still have two different pockets of rotation right now. We got one southeast of Ponca City. We got another one directly north of Morrison. All right, so east of Sooner Lake. This is the one that Tornado Pagey's been on, and we are monitoring the possibility of a tornado with this as it continues to track to the north and east, going towards Fairfax and Ralston. John McKinney is also heading in directly towards this storm right now. I believe he's going down to the south, so we'll have a view of that here soon. Again, a lot of the rotation, though, is starting to get a little bit rain-wrapped. This one's still visible, at least from where Tornado Pagey is, but they're obviously driving east right now. So they are repositioning.
This thing's coming in. Woo! Oh, yeah.
Ryan Scholl's getting hyped up here for the shelf cloud. Hey, Wolves, with the super chat, will southeastern Illinois have much of a severe weather risk overnight? I don't think so, but I would definitely be ready for possibly some severe weather tomorrow. And maybe Saturday. Huge shout out to James with the $50 super chat saying hello from Amarillo. Y'all are doing a great job. I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah,
Also, let's give a huge welcome to Storm Chaser Tornado TRX. If you guys don't know who this is, he makes incredible tornado documentaries here on YouTube. So he is also live with us and also inside of the Radar Omega app here today. So we'll be keeping a close eye on him. Some of you might know him, some of you might not, but he is live. No way Tornado TRX is part of the team, man. We made it happen. We made it happen. This is that storm that's rotating to the west of Pawnee. Not seeing a whole lot right now, but this has had at times stronger rotation. The one big problem right now is the convection that has been going up out in front of it. I'm with the super chat says, is Kentucky okay? I would say Kentucky is chilling. Not a whole lot that's going to happen in Kentucky tonight. Isolated damaging winds.
Oh, really?
So again, not really a whole lot to see there right now. I'd say really more than anything, the cooler of the cloud structures that we have out there right now. The one that's, I would say, I mean, obviously cloud structures can be cool, especially if we don't have a large tornado that's about to hit some places, you know, if you know what I'm talking about. But like this here is a pretty non-life threatening view of a storm here. I mean, we're looking at a shelf cloud. Yes, it's going to produce some damaging winds that can be life-threatening, but luckily it's a marginal risk of wind right now at this thunderstorm near Orlando, Oklahoma. But really cool structure here. And obviously we are probably still we're about an hour away, I would say, from sunset. So we should have some pretty cool cloud structure views with these storms. And ideally, again, no tornadoes happen, but we definitely can't guarantee that. Today's setup, once again, is still favorable for strong tornadoes if we end up getting any sort of discrete cells that don't kind of feed into all the over convection that's happening. There is a storm going up west of Oklahoma City, and I really want to talk about this because I know many of you might be tuning in from Oklahoma City or might live nearby. This storm would be concerning if it continues to upscale and the updraft stays maintained, essentially. There is a little cap in place in Oklahoma City. It looks like it's starting to become overcome, though, and if it is overcome, we definitely could see a more heightened risk of large to very large hail. So if you're in the Oklahoma City area, you definitely should be protecting your vehicle, just in case. Because these storms are going up right now. And there's at least a non-zero chance right now that one of these storms here could try to become some pretty explosive hailstorms. And yes, there's always a possibility for a tornado, but definitely more of a large hail concern right now. And then further down to the south and west, again, large line of thunderstorms stretching from Interstate 82 back to Vernon. Mainly looking at a damaging wind risk right now. And then, again, tornado risk should gradually increase as this line continues to push east. You can just barely faintly see the shelf cloud. This is storm chaser Edgar O'Neill, who's looking at that shelf cloud right now.
Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
All right, we have a new severe thunderstorm watch in Texas. We'll talk about that here in a second. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Abilene, Texas. This is going to be for Sweetwater and Roby for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is a considerable damage threat. So if you live in an RV or a mobile home, it'd be best to get to a sturdy structure, as this will definitely produce some damage to those types of vehicles and also buildings. This is a live shot over in just south here of Abilene. Temperature is about 80 degrees outside. It's already pretty windy out there. I mean, wind gusts out in front of this line are right around 20 to 25 miles per hour. The dew point's about 60. So as the temperature decreases here over the next couple of hours, as the sun sets, that tornado threat is going to increase because our temperature and dew point are going to get closer together. That creates lower cloud bases, especially with a line of thunderstorms. Huge shout out to Timothy with the $20 super chat saying, your max alert worked perfectly for my family in Illinois. Thank you. Well, I'm glad I could help and glad you got a phone call. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I wanted to talk a little bit about the positioning of the storms right now, and then to sort of correlate that back to the overall severe environment we have in place. So we sort of have three sections of storms. We have the smaller one that's going up near Oklahoma City. Then we have what's basically a line of severe storms with a couple of pre-line storms over here off to the west. And then we have this other area of convection off in north central Oklahoma. There's a few people asking if they're going to issue an additional watch out in front of these storms in northern Oklahoma. Right now, I'd honestly say no. And that is because if we take a look at mesoanalysis, this is showing us our significant tornado parameter. The environment up here in northern Oklahoma is actually not that good for tornadoes. It is relatively weak, and the SRH up there, the storm relative helicity, is not very favorable as well. So as we see these storms continue to move off to the northeast, they're actually going to start to move out of the favorable environment for tornadoes. If I was looking at all of these three areas of convection right now, this one right here, we do have a little bit of storms popping up ahead of those lines. That would be the one that I have my eye on the most in terms of tornado potential. And then it'd be this QLCS that we have forming. It's not going to be your supercell tornadoes that we're going to have a chance for today. It's just going to be a QLCS tornado, which is likely to be a little bit weaker, but is still going to be a tornado threat nonetheless. And then all this convection off in north central Oklahoma, I do think this is going to start to weaken and be mostly outflow dominant here pretty soon. I do believe a lot of these storms are already trying to push outflow, so hopefully pretty soon we're going to be no longer talking about a tornado threat at all from this convection in north central Oklahoma.
Thank you, Riley, for the insightful update. And yeah, this storm again off to the west of Oklahoma City, southwest of Weatherford would be the one that we really got to watch. Right now, big hail threat. You can see the black and white colors that are popping up. That is on reflectivity. Basically measures how much rain is falling or how heavy basically the rain is. And it's obviously very heavy, but we also have hail here. There's some pretty significant hail off to the northwest of Corn. But the other thing is, too, you can see that little hook shape directly to the east of Bessie, and there has been some broad rotation on this storm. Obviously, it doesn't look like a classic looking couplet on radar, but it's definitely rotating. There might be a wall cloud here. We don't have a storm chaser on it yet, but we have one en route for it, and so we'll be keeping an eye on this in case it does end up trying to produce a tornado threat, but that is going to be tracking up towards Interstate 40 here soon, going towards Hinton and Geary, just to the west of El Reno. And then over here in Oklahoma City, again, we got to watch this storm closely in case it does get past the cap. If it does, we could have a big hail threat on our hands over in Oklahoma City near Interstate 344. This would be tracking in the direction of Edmond. And we could even see some more convection go up down to the south. We got another little tiny shower, a little updraft that's trying to go up near Anadarko. So that could also do something. But as Riley alluded to, again, this right here is a big line of thunderstorms. And one of the big concerns with this is, well, now we have an even bigger concern. This storm near Vernon, Texas and Frederick is now producing tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is our biggest hailstorm by far today. So Vernon, Texas, you've got to be getting away from windows. We got big time hail coming down right now in Vernon, and this will be going up in the direction of Davidson. And it's also tracking towards Frederick and Hollister. Down the line, it is going to be going towards Lawton. There's a little hook shape that's also forming on this. It's not really rotating right now, but if it can reach out to that outflow boundary, I definitely would be watching for a tornado threat. I know Storm Chaser Edgar O'Neill is not too far away from this. You can kind of see a little bit of a kind of scary looking cloud base there. He's looking towards this line of thunderstorms. I believe he's traveling northbound now near Olesti, Oklahoma. But that is a big time hailstorm that's going up right now near Vernon. There's actually a live camera that is in Vernon, Texas. This is in Vernon specifically. We're not seeing anything yet, but we are going to start to see probably some pretty big hail here in just a moment. So I'll have a live shot of this. This is on the west side of Vernon. It's one of the Texas.traffic cameras over on US Highway 287. So we should see some pretty big hail come down in a second. But you can see that hail core. It's getting pretty big pretty quickly. Got a large correlation coefficient drop, which would be an indicator of some very significant hail that is coming down right now. And again, that is moving in the direction of Davidson. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, actually taking a look at this storm on radar, looking at GR2, this is the same program the National Weather Service looks at and kind of uses this to get a little bit of a better idea of what those hail sizes could be. This green triangle here is indicating that we may be seeing hail over 3 inches diameter heading into the town of Vernon. Hail is actually one of the primary threats today. It's driving that enhanced risk. I wouldn't be surprised if we are seeing hail up to 3 inches in diameter. So if we're in Vernon, know that there may be baseball-sized hail or larger coming. I would expect this to be upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning shortly.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, yeah, west of Vernon, again, big hail core, possibly baseballs coming down along US Highway 287. The only reason why they probably haven't upgraded the warning yet is because we don't have any ground truth yet of that hail size being that large. But I would likely expect that we will probably get some ground truth here shortly, especially on the camera that's right below me, because that one is located literally right here. And so that's about to be hammered by the hail core. Presumably, it's going to get hammered. I think there's going to be some really large hail there. It's near the North Texas State Hospital in Vernon, that campus there. Again, the tornado risk is not very high with this, but it could increase. Temperatures, again, are starting to decrease, and that could lead to a little bit more favorable shot there of a tornado. Also, storm chaser Jacob McMillan. He is currently located west of El Reno. He is tracking towards this storm near Weatherford. And I mentioned this a moment ago, but this storm does have the possibility of producing a tornado at some point. It has some broad rotation right now. It is a little discrete cell. If it can organize and head towards Interstate 40 there, I definitely think there's at least a possibility of that trying to produce a tornado. And then further north of Oklahoma City, we got a lot of thunderstorms that are going up. Once again, north of Guthrie, most of these should be predominantly damaging winds and large hail. Tornado risk, again, is not as high on these storms unless they can stay a bit more discreet. But we've had a pretty neat looking shelf cloud here for quite some time. And then back over into the mess of thunderstorms near Pawnee, Oklahoma. Again, this is a full-blown mess up here. There's just so much convection that has gone up. But any storms up here will be primarily producing damaging winds. Looks like storm chaser John McKinney had some lower clouds there off to the west of Ralston. And then Connor Croft is also in some trees right now. All right, there though, you can see it. Got some lower clouds. Again, I don't really see a wall cloud per se, but that would be right over there near Ralston, Oklahoma. That is near Fairfax. Got broad rotation being depicted on radar, but nothing tight, nothing strong, nothing imminent for a tornado at this point, but we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go back down to this big hailstorm near Vernon, Texas. And let's actually see, because again, that hail core is right on US Highway 287. This camera, I believe, just went down for some reason. I can't take 3. It's not loading.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Why is 3 not loading? Oh, apparently there was baseball-sized hail on this camera, and it went out. Does anybody have a video of it? All right, so there was baseball-sized hail apparently on that camera, but it just went down. Somebody can get a video, let me know. We do have a new mesoscale discussion across northern Oklahoma. This is going to include Bartlesville, north of Oklahoma City, Stillwater, east of Enid. The potential for a couple of tornadoes and damaging wind gusts should increase during the next few hours. So they still think, again, here in northern Oklahoma, near Tulsa, Bartlesville, back into Coffeyville, Kansas, that a couple of tornadoes, maybe even a strong tornado, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, and then up to tennis ball-sized hail will be a possibility. So again, you need to make sure if you're in this area to get ready for that. Again, this hail core right now, though, over here near Vernon, Texas, is huge. Northwest of Vernon right now. That thing is big. And I believe... I'm not sure if Edgar O'Neill is going towards this right now. I think he is. But I do know there's another storm chaser nearby, too. So we're keeping close tabs on the storm chasers nearby. Again, we got a couple down near Frederick. And so there is definitely a real chance that somebody might actually drive into that hail core. But that's some big-time hail right now that is moving directly towards Davidson in Oklahoma. Rotation on the storm near Court, Oklahoma continues to look broad. Hasn't gotten really tight yet. We do have storm chaser Jacob McMillan en route for it. You can kind of see the cumulonimbus clouds there on the left. So that'll be the supercell that he's coming up right now on, the one near Weatherford. And back over in Oklahoma City, those couple of storms have been trying to go up near Oklahoma City. Still trying. The one near Yukon is still trying to maintain its structure. It's not a very impressive updraft, but it is still trying to grow in size. Very tiny hail threat, perhaps, in the most intense part of this updraft over near the Canadian Valley Hospital near Yukon, and that'll be tracking towards Bethany. Look at this right here. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl has quite the shelf cloud right now over in just east of Orlando, Oklahoma, near Stillwater.
Look at the shelf, dude. It is so angry. Look at it. Look at it, bro. Dude, it's gonna ram over us.
Somebody's excited about a shelf cloud. Hey, Tor for the super chat. When watching your streams, I know why I'm attracted to the bad weather. Maybe I should have been a storm chaser. Never too late. It's also very expensive, though. It's a lot of expenses for being a storm chaser. It's a pretty gnarly shelf cloud. That's where Edgar O'Neill's heading. This location hasn't updated. Where are you heading right now? That's where Edgar O'Neill's heading. This location's right here. Oh, I was using the wrong microphone. Oh, that's unfortunate. How do I need to switch my default microphone. Let me go back to Ryan Scholl here for a second. Riley, can you give me the microphone settings? I need to change my default microphone. Yeah, this is, again, not a wall cloud. It is just a beefy shelf cloud. chonker of a shell cloud here. Test. How do sound settings just freeze on Windows? I've never seen that before. That is insane.
Dude! Goodness. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Gosh, it just keeps getting closer and closer, man. We are going to have to get moving here very shortly, chat.
Ryan sounds like a surfer. Oh, if he's ever been
Again,
surfing
west of
before.
Stillwater, Oklahoma. Just wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You don't get much better than this, man. Where, you know, especially right now, this is incredibly gorgeous. Again, we're going to have to move here very soon. Very, very happy with this. Very shortly.
Hopefully that changed my settings. All right, I got it working. Hey, where you heading, Edgar?
Apparently, some dude in Max's chat said I sound like a surfer dude. Do I sound like a surfer dude?
Who's going to his chat? Who went over to
Someone
his
said I
chat?
sound like a surfer dude. Dude!
Why are we exposing our secrets here? Gotta keep everything in this channel. Can't go anywhere else. One heck of a shell cloud.
I'm tired.
Yeah, that is probably the more impressive structure that we've had today on again any storm. Obviously, the wall cloud potential, or the wall cloud that we had earlier near Perry was pretty impressive looking too. Got the storm west of Crescent that has been again trying to rotate. It's just again I don't think it's close enough to our outflow boundary. You got a little hook and again a little inflow going to the storm. Might just be a little bit too cool though right now over near Crescent. And then we're watching this storm near Weatherford, Oklahoma, with a ton of lightning right now. Storm chaser Jacob McMillan is very close to this. You can see the velocities again, not super impressive, but there's definitely some rotation there. Storms near Oklahoma City so far have not really maintained their structure. They're starting to die again. And then again, the storm near Frederick, Vernon, Texas, getting hammered right now. We got upwards of baseball-sized hail falling right now over near U.S. Highway 283, and that is currently tracking to the northeast.
Thrown a season, at least 3. How much longer? An hour probably. I need to switch my mount to the other side so you guys can see the storm. But
Hey, Shelby for the $20 super chat saying snack fun for tomorrow from Illinois Quad City. See you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be. I think tomorrow again has a very high ceiling. It also has 10 different fail modes, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow, like obviously today,
I have the film camera. Oh my
I think it'll be pretty significant this evening. I mean, obviously it's 7:20, and I know a lot of people think.
I don't know if I'm still on Max's stream. We got a film camera. Probably gonna need. We should be using it right now.
Bro looks like a surfer.
Specifically.
Bro actually looks like a surfer.
Little cheap $5 film camera.
But even today, tonight,
Just thought of that. I still have some left.
I do think we're gonna have a pretty significant severe weather threat. Obviously, things are still getting going right now. The tornado watch does go again until midnight here across most of Oklahoma. And we are expecting that tornado threat to continue to increase as our temperature starts to decrease near the surface. That's going to increase the amount of rotation on storms most of the time because of our cloud base getting lower. So it'll make it easier basically for tornadoes to form, even with this line of thunderstorms. And I'd be really watching, at least over the next hour, this area here, or at least some sort of tornado risk embedded in this line. That'd be just south there of Interstate 40. And then this discrete cell south of Weatherford, I really think it's only gonna be a matter of time until that thing produces, as long as the line doesn't catch up to it. I know Jacob McMillan is getting pretty close to this. His location isn't updating. I'm pretty sure he's like over here probably now, but he's getting pretty close to this. So we're keeping an eye on him. The storm near Crescent does have a little hook shape to it, but the rotation is very weak on radar. And then our storm just west of Stillwater, Oklahoma, is mostly just producing half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Off to the north and west of Tulsa, we got a bunch of storms going up. We got about 5 storm chasers just on Radar Omega that are all in the same location right now. Again, not much is even happening here because of the fact that everything's just congealed into a cluster. You can see the winds picking up. I mean, we do have some damaging winds with these thunderstorms. Some trees could get knocked down and maybe some power lines. But the overall tornado threat with this line right now is definitely fairly low in the short term. Back over in Kansas, we do not have anything currently that is severe. We've had, I don't think, any severe warnings yet today anywhere in Kansas. But we got a lot of strong storms going up, got a lot of lightning, got a possibility of some small hail and gusty winds with any of those thunderstorms. And then over in Missouri, it's kind of the same story. Nothing's currently severe, got a lot of convection going up. And as we continue to go throughout time here, there may be an increasing hail and wind risk and, again, a low tornado threat. Keep in mind, though, this area, the tornado watch goes until 1 in the morning, and I really want to stress this to everybody here. I know there are no active tornado warnings, and we've had no active tornado warnings yet today. The big thing, though, with today's severe weather setup is that a lot of this is going to be nighttime severe weather. This is not going to be much of a daytime severe weather threat. And I get we have 11 severe warnings right now, but as we go closer to 9, 10, 11 o'clock, that's when I think the peak of this severe weather threat is going to end up being basically happening. So like Oklahoma City, Duncan, Norman, and Ardmore, I think all those areas will be seeing storms around that time frame. And so this is going to be leaning towards a more nocturnal tornado threat, and also just in general a more nocturnal severe weather threat. And obviously we have a lot of storms out there right now, but I think that peak will be a little bit later on. This storm near Vernon is producing some crazy hail right now near US Highway 283. Storm looks just crazy. Big time hail right now over near Vernon. We do have a storm chaser that is in Davidson, so that's right here. And once he gets a little bit closer to that hail core, we'll definitely put him on if he has any sort of crazy hail. But I mean, again, that hail core is wild. There is the Will Barger County Airport that probably just got really hit hard by this hailstorm. And from what we've heard, this is likely tennis ball or if not baseball-sized hail that is falling right now. So it's obviously quite significant going towards Frederick. If you're in Frederick, Oklahoma, protect your vehicle. That's all I gotta say, because it could get heavily damaged. That's the kind of hail that will damage your vehicle. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning anywhere from Hobart back towards Frederick, Cache just west of Lawton. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. And that is tracking down right now to, or that is tracking to the east. These storms are not moving super fast, but they're moving at about 50, 55 miles per hour. Maybe picking up pace just a little bit. This hailstorm over here near Vernon, though, is not moving nearly as fast as everything else. It's only moving east at about 40 miles per hour. Again, notice the velocities aren't crazy. I mean, it's just some damaging wind potential, but the hail core is just off the charts. We're looking at quite the significant hail core. See if... All right, Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan's getting pretty close to the storm. So what do you put Jacob
Hey, Max, I got an update for you.
Honor has an update. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to let you and everybody know that I've once again found myself driving in heavy rain, and for the foreseeable future. So, yeah, more rain over here. That's all I got.
Thank you so much for that update. Last year, Connor drove through so much rain, and bro is back.
My pleasure.
Bro is back in the rain. He's back, better than ever. This is what we have radios for. This is why we communicate with our storm chasers. We get urgent updates like that. That was a big cloud to ground lightning strike. We get urgent updates just like this. Bro is
Found myself
driving through some rain. Who doesn't love rain? Hey, Tor, for the $50 super chat. Diet Coke Fund. I really appreciate the very generous super chat. Huge shout out to Tortex with the super chat. Looks kind of pleasant out here. I mean, I know it's raining. I know there's a storm here, and I know it's severe, but kind of looks nice out there. It's not like a nasty thunderstorm that we're looking at here. It's just like a kind of a more peaceful thunderstorm, you know? Roads are wet. Water's moist. All right. Well, that's rain. Let's go back to Vernon. There is an attempt of rotation east of Vernon. It's a very faint attempt. This is Storm Chaser Eric Fox on this storm near Vernon. This is what it looks like. Look at that large overshooting cloud top there. Got large overshooting clouds. Got a big shelf cloud. And look at that white right there. That white is going to be very large hail. So we got all sorts of hail buried back in that storm. Very blue tinge as well as the sun is setting. Water is basically refracting and reflecting off the water droplets. So we're getting that blue tinge. But that's also where we have upwards of baseball-sized hailfall. This is over again in Vernon, Texas. He's crossing over the border right now, and the storm is beginning to wrap up a little bit. There is some rotation, so we'd be watching down here for maybe a tornado potential. So again, this storm right now is going into Vernon. If you look bottom right of your screen, we do have a little bit of rotation trying to develop, but more than anything, big hailstorm here. Did my mic not change? That is because my microphone is not set up for... Oh, wait, no, it is. The heck? I'm so confused. Test? Should be working. That is the storm here again near Vernon. This thing looks gnarly. Hey, James with the super chat. So again, all that blue and white that you guys are seeing, that is going to be basically the hail core. There's actually all sorts of storm chasers pulled off to the side of the road here too, looking at this thing. And for reference, Eric is located specifically in Oak Lanian, I think, which is just east of Vernon. And for those that are just tuning in, this storm is producing tennis ball to baseball sized hail. This is a pretty serious hailstorm out here in Texas. Holy crap, look at this. Let me put let me do it. This is a crazy view. Not this. That. This is over in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Try this again. Hopefully the microphone should be working this time. Again, now right there is a large lowering. You got the shelf cloud right here. It's rolling into still water.
Look at that. Yeah, I don't know how much this storm's actually going to do anything.
No?
In the near
How's the mic not
term,
working? It literally says it's working on my thing.
Just make sure I'm not on the
Did I do something?
412 is a complete toll road.
Hear Riley now. Riley is not talking. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl.
Sunset in like 10 minutes? Give or take a little.
That is a pretty incredible shot, though, of this storm. Back over in Vernon, Texas. That's what this storm looks like. Again, it has like a little hook shape, but it's not really rotating a whole lot. The big story right now is this big hail core. You can kind of see the clouds coming together a little bit on the right. Right, kind of a little bit of right to left motion on the far right side of your screen. Got all sorts of storm chasers out here. You guys can see, like, kind of in the middle left of your screen, there are a ton of storm chasers just watching this wild thunderstorm that is also producing a boatload of lightning. Right now, the hail is still likely around the size of tennis balls. The storm is moving up towards Frederick, Oklahoma, and Davidson. It actually took out one of the Texas dot traffic cameras on US Highway 287 northwest of Vernon about 15-20 minutes ago because of how large the hail is, which is low-key kind of impressive. This is storm chaser Jacob McMillan. He's on the storm near Weatherford. Let me get him in slot number 3. This is that supercell we've been talking about that definitely has a potential for a tornado down the line if this thing can stay discreet.
Yeah, it's just
And the
so
rotation, again, not
steady,
super strong, but you got all these low-hanging clouds here.
Bro's farming right now.
They put a tornado possible tag on that storm near Vernon, Texas, by the way. So they have gone ahead and put a tornado 4P label on that. So this storm that Storm Chaser Eric Fox is looking at is actually starting to rotate. You can see all the low clouds there on the right. So we got all sorts of low-hanging clouds. Velocities, again, not super strong. Whoa, look at that hail core. Look bottom right. That hail core just blew up again. This thing's producing some monster hail over a few different homes and maybe farms near Hinds, Texas. It's about to go into Davidson. Hey, Smokey for the super chat saying, I'm not a meteorologist, but I advise against tornado surfing. Let me try this again. You guys hear me on the microphone? Trying to fix the green screen microphone right now. I don't know what happened to it. You guys can hear me. Okay. Let me try this again then. So this right over here on the far right, that is the area of interest. That is a lowering that is trying to develop. A lot of scud. Everything back over into here is a large hail core that is producing tennis ball plus sized hail. So that
Max,
right
we
there,
have an extreme geese intercept happening right now in Stillwater.
what did you just say? A bees intercept?
There's geese
Oh, geese.
right now in this water.
Bro, we got geese.
Look at them bouncing up and down, dude.
In a bro, what is this? the wind is picking up right now over in wind's picking up right now in Stillwater, Oklahoma. And we got geese that are just riding waves What is
Max, we have
this?
an extreme geese intercept happening right now in Stillwater.
You can just casually see the thunderstorm and the very low-hanging clouds there on the right. This is actually diabolical.
Wind's picking up right now. There's a new person walking past. Look at them bounce up and down, though. No, get out of the way. We're gonna get moving here very shortly.
I found the issue.
All right, time to go.
Yeah, I found the issue. All right, it should be. Green screen mic should be fixed now.
I'll just show you guys the keys.
Look at that large lowering over there on the left. All right, let's go back over to Eric Fox, I believe, is repositioning. Oh, there you go. All right, so this is on that Vernon storm. Again, they did put a tornado possible tag on this. We're starting to see a lot of the, again, kind of, these clouds are trying to get lower. You can see all the scud going up there on the far right. Got a lot of rising motion into the supercell. Very broad rotation to the left of that windmill. It's going into Oklahoma Union. And again, the big hail core is going into Davidson, Oklahoma. That thing's going to be producing baseballs. We also have storm chaser Edgar O'Neill, who is in the route for this right now. He's inside of the severe warning. Look at all that rising motion there. All right, the green screen microphone should be fixed. It might be a little loud, though. He's now driving around. We'll go back to that in a second. Let me know if that's too loud, because I had to play around with settings. All right, taking a kind of a look here across Oklahoma and Texas. Let's go back to Tulsa first. We got a big line of thunderstorms that is developing right now over here northwest of Tulsa. One storm that we need to keep an eye on is this one near Bartlesville. Very weak rotation, but it is a little discrete cell that is fired off out in front of our line. It is starting to take a right turn. So at least I would say a very low chance of a tornado anywhere in the near term heading up towards Copen and Dewey and Caney. There's another storm near Caney, Kansas that is also broadly rotating. That'll be tracking towards Independence, Cherryvale, and as well as Altamont. So this storm will definitely have to be watched closely as well for. And then further back to the north in Kansas and Missouri, we do not have any active severe warnings, just a lot of thunderstorms going up. This kind of reminds me of what was happening yesterday over in Illinois and Indiana, where we just had a lot of thunderstorms firing up after sunset, and they didn't really do a whole lot. Kind of reminds me of that right now, but I still think in this environment, there is a risk of hail and wind if any of these storms actually get going. Maybe a low tornado threat. We've had some storms going up near Kansas City too. Again, none of these significant so far. They're just producing some heavy rain, some downpours. Again, no active severe weather with those thunderstorms. The one that Ryan Scholl's been looking at is this beast right here, south of Perry, Oklahoma, that is about to go into Stillwater. We got a little geese emergency over there at that pond where the geese were riding the waves, kind of getting their exercise in for the day. And so, you know, Ryan Scholl is currently on that, and we'll keep an eye on him if anything ends up happening on this thunderstorm. It's about to approach the Stillwater Regional Airport, though. So there could be some problems with that as it continues to track to the east. We got another storm also near Crescent that has a very weak area of rotation going towards Mulhall and Interstate 35. And then all the way back to the west, we've had this discrete cell going on near Weatherford for quite some time. This one's been has really been struggling to really produce anything when it comes to a tornado risk. But lots of lightning, got some $quarter to $half size hail, and also some 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And then back here is where we have that massive hailstorm happening right now. Big hail core moving right towards Davidson. Easily tennis ball sized hail, if not larger. And there's also a tornado possible tag on this, even though the rotation's been struggling. But those are the low-hanging clouds up there at the top. We've had all sorts of motion around this storm. It's just been very broad and weak. Nothing really definitive and organized thus far. Shout out to Charge with the $20 super chat. Thank you, Max, for what you do. I'm from the United Kingdom and managed to warn my friend when we had that Bloomington, Normal, Illinois warning late at night a while back because of you. I'm glad I can help. It's crazy that you're even up that late, or technically that early over in the United Kingdom. That rotation on this thunderstorm has gotten, again, quite a bit broader. We had a hook a little while ago. It's not really there anymore. We could get another area of convergence as this thunderstorm continues to track in the direction of Granfield and eventually going towards Chattanooga and Faxon. It's off to the west of Walters. Off to the west of Abilene, Texas, we got a little cluster of thunderstorms producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. A lot of lightning, too. This is not a very fast-moving line of thunderstorms off to the west of Abilene. But we are starting to see some more ominous skies. It's kind of a little view of the camera. Look at this shot here. You actually can see the edge of the clouds on this supercell that is producing tennis ball-sized hail over near Vernon. A cool little edge to the thunderstorm. Eric has to keep driving back because of how fast this storm is moving right now. So kind of constant repositioning that's happening. We don't really have a whole lot of rotation within our line of thunderstorms off to the west of Oklahoma City. For the most part, it's damaging winds. Maybe a very low tornado risk. Got a little bookend vortex that's trying to form maybe west of Carnegie, but at least from the Frederick radar site, doesn't show anything too definitive. Maybe some broad mid-level rotation on that thunderstorm. Could become a concern down the line. Very broad rotation over near Weatherford in Oklahoma. Storm chaser Jacob McMillan is on this storm. He is also, I think, in the middle of the road. This is near Hydro and Carnegie, and that'll be tracking up towards Gary, Hinton, and then eventually towards Oklahoma 8 over the next little while. Let's get an update from storm chaser Connor Croft. Is he driving through rain still? He is not. Blood is not driving through rain anymore. Let's get some W's in the chat. He's out of the rain for the time being. We got to watch these up here again over near Bartlesville and Coffeyville. These are well out in front of our cluster of thunderstorms. I wouldn't say the tornado threat is that high, but we have broad rotation on both of these small little cells right now. There's really not a whole lot of lightning on the one near Bartlesville, but the one near Caney has a little bit more spin. That one's going to be moving towards Independence, Cherryville, and Coffeyville. See a little bit of green, a little bit of red kind of mixing around right now. Got a little broad spin too near Independence, moving towards Cherryvale and Thayer. We definitely need to keep an eye on those as they continue to lift to the north and east. Let's go back over to our 3-cam view. Eric Fox should have a view of that big hailstorm in Texas in just a moment. There's a little area of convergence near Watonga. Wonder if there's anything on this. This is a very weak rotation, but a very little small area of rotation near Watonga, Oklahoma. We got Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter, who's located right here. That's kind of coming up on that, so we'll keep an eye on him. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. That'll be for Haskell and Jones counties in Texas, and that'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that's moving towards U.S. Highway 277. If you guys live in Stillwater, Oklahoma, you probably have a pretty crazy view right now of these storms.
In the back, back of my mind, it's like, okay.
That's what it looks like right now in Stillwater.
And it's gonna do something funky because it's Oklahoma. If you know anything about Oklahoma,
if you guys have any photos or videos of these storms, you can send it in to us. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com.
For a long time.
Feel free to send us in photos and videos. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I actually want to draw your attention over to the West Coast for a second. Have a little bit of an interesting weather feature here. We're looking in Northeast Oregon near KPDT. A little bit of a mesoscale convective vortex or MCV happening here. You could really see the swirl on that and the storms popping up on the northeast side of that. Nothing here is going to be severe, but it's still interesting to see these storms pop up around that area of rotation. It's not tornadic rotation. It's on a much larger scale, basically across a scale of 30 to 60 miles. But I'm still going to produce some gusty winds, and that is all the way over in Oregon. So not a place that sees storms interesting like this very often.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. We need a bingo card for these live streams because this would have not been on my bingo card today. You can actually see the swirl on velocities too. Actually pretty unique. Got the greens and reds. Again, that kind of shows that counterclockwise spin. I don't know, man. I have an Oregon on here. I mean, there's not really anything tornadic there, but mostly damaging, or maybe some gusty winds, perhaps up to damaging winds. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Stillwater, Oklahoma. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and $half sized hail. It's moving towards Morrison, Pawnee, and Pawnee Nation, just to the west of Cleveland. Got a little cell trying to go up now over to the west of Skiatook. That's going up towards Nowata. We are still watching some broad rotation over near Bartlesville and west of Coffeyville. Our new Storm Prediction Center outlook for tonight will be out in, I believe, about 10 minutes. So we'll see if they have any changes to the outlook for tonight. But for those that don't know, again, we do have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather in place. You can actually view the latest Storm Prediction Center outlooks on our website, maxvelocitywx.com. We have an enhanced risk there for Kansas, Oklahoma, and back into Texas. If we zoom in just a little bit, that does include Oklahoma City, Wichita, back into Wichita Falls, and the slight risks over in the Ohio Valley and the East Coast will likely be removed by the next outlook. The tornado risk, again, is still pretty elevated. We have a 5% tornado risk just south of Kansas City, down towards Gainesville, Texas, just to the northwest there of Dallas and Fort Worth. Damaging winds, though, and large to very large hail are the greatest concerns. If you live anywhere in this hatched area, there is a risk of 75+ mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that is obviously quite the concern there. And then very large hail, possibly as large as baseballs, as we're seeing right now over near just to the west there of Wichita Falls, is also on the table. I also want to give you guys a quick heads up. This was not in our video today because this was not a thing, but we now have a 10% tornado risk for tomorrow over in the Midwest, which looks like it's not loading. I'll go to that in a second. Riley has a more urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking just south of the KFDR radar site here, it's basically over the Texas-Oklahoma border right here. Going to go ahead and circle that area and switch over to velocities. We do have a little bit of a divergent signature here, this, indicating we probably have a downburst going on right now. So right now, winds are pushing 70 miles an hour. This is going to be loaded with precipitation and hail as well. This is certainly something that can cause a substantial amount of damage, and I would not be surprised if we see winds pushing 80 miles an hour in the next radar update.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, very concerning storm here that is actively producing a risk of very large hail right now near Davidson. And there has been a small little convergence signature, but for the most part, it is going to be more of a hail risk and wind risk. This is what it looks like on the ground right now from storm chaser Eric Fox. And once again, pretty low clouds, but again, the big concern right now is going to be the hail with this storm. And we also have, I believe, storm chaser Edgar O'Neill, who is over near Granfield, Oklahoma. So he's a little bit out in front of this, but storm does have a little bit of spin to it, a little spinny spin. They have gone ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going to include Electra, Burke-Burnett. That is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a risk of quarter-sized hail. It's going towards Granfield. And bottom left of your screen is, again, a live shot of the storm. But there is some big time hail, over near Davidson and moving towards Loveland. Looking back over near Tulsa. And again, we're not really seeing a whole lot of rotation right now, mostly a damaging wind threat. That storm near Bartlesville will be the one I'd be watching for at least a low-end tornado potential. Storm that Eric's looking at is quite interesting, though. Hey, Andrew, for the super chat. How about Shawnee, Oklahoma beat tonight? Should be mostly a damaging wind risk, low tornado risk. Thank you, Ethan, for the super chat. Obviously, the sun is now fully set, so it's going to get a lot harder to see this storm now. But I do want to remind you that the big concern, at least right now, is going to be the risk of very large hail. But there's also a risk maybe of an isolated tornado. Also, Glasscock County has just been issued into a severe thunderstorm warning that is south of Big Spring, Texas. This is very far down to the south near Garden City for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The Storm Prediction Center did issue a severe thunderstorm watch for Abilene and San Angelo. Apparently, Connor found a frog. So that is the latest update from Connor. He's seen heavy rain today. He's seen a frog. I don't know what else he's going to see. We've seen all sorts of stuff. Thank you, Rose, for the super chat. Cheese Curt's doing well. She's getting better. So this right over here, again, would be the area of interest for again, a potential tornado threat. But right now, mostly looking at... All right. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, Eric Fox is in slot 1. He just reported a tornado on Spotter Network. This is on our storm near Harold, Texas.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So there is a unwarned tornado right now, which Eric Fox just had on stream back over here in Texas. So if you are in this severe warning, I'd obviously be staying away from windows. Eric Fox, again, is on this storm right now, and there was a tornado, and that might have been what we were just looking at a second ago. Probably a non-condensed tornado. And we've had a convergence signature on radar a couple of times. You can see these like little convergence signatures that are trying to come together. We just had one near Elliott, and we have another one near the Ocala Union area. Eric Fox has been a storm chaser for quite some time, and this is the photo of it. I think I thought that might have been a tornado, but that is the view of it just a few moments ago. So a little non-condensed tornado out in the field. Obviously not life-threatening. It doesn't look like. I don't think there's any buildings there, but there are people that live in this area. There's plenty of farms out here, so this is obviously a concern if this does continue. So if you are in this area, definitely make sure that you're staying in your safe place. Again, looks like a non-condensed tornado, though. Obviously doesn't look like anything too crazy, but we have several convergence signatures on radar that are coming together that would go ahead and kind of prove that, yes, there is definitely a legit tornado threat here right now. You can see all these different areas here. They have gone ahead and upgraded or issued a tornado possible severe warning somewhere. I think it was this one. Also, the severe warning up here, west of Chickasha, is now up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So that thing just got upgraded as well. But look at all that convergence here near Elliott. It's becoming a lot more rain wrapped, and this storm again looks really funky on radar. But we have all sorts of greens and reds all kind of intermingling with each other there, and that again could lead to the risk of a tornado with this storm at really any point. I'd say our localized tornado environment is going to be right in here. I think it's going to be a pretty localized environment for the next 15 to 20 minutes. So Ocala Union, Davidson, Oklahoma, and just the west, or just to the north there of Harold. We got to be, again, in our safe places right now for very large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado threat. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning over near Watunga, Weatherford, and Hinton and Gary. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We also have a tornado possible severe warning back up where Tornado Pagey is located in northern Oklahoma. So this one is going to be back over near the Pawhuska area. Riley has another urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just had a second storm chaser report a tornado on that same storm that Eric Fox is on.
Thank you for the update. So there is an unwarned tornado possibly happening right now in Texas that is on this storm here near Elliott. There are several areas of convergence. It is all in an area that is becoming quickly rain-wrapped. So again, unwarned tornado. This thing's been on the ground possibly for a few minutes. It might be a separate tornado. We really don't know for sure. But if you are in this area, you got to be, again, in your safe place right now. Elliott, Texas, Ocala Union, just north of Harold. There's at least some sort of vortex reaching the ground. There's some sort of tornado that is happening that is wrapped in rain right now. And look at the velocities, guys, and they're getting tighter. Like that right there near Elliott is going to be where we're looking for a tornado. We got a pretty strong convergence signature right here over Elliott, and that'll be tracking towards the Taylor Corner Gin, which is in southwestern Oklahoma in just a moment. But this is currently an unwarned area of rotation that, again, has been producing a tornado for the last at least few minutes and is probably cycling and trying to produce more tornadoes. I am really surprised we've not gotten a tornado warning on this, though. And again, Eric Fox, bottom right of your screen, he's positioning again, but he is directly in the crosshairs of where this tornado is heading. So it's going to be tracking up towards US Highway 70 in southwest Oklahoma. They just upgraded this they issued a new tornado possible severe warning for Davidson, Grandfield, Chattanooga, and Faxon. So right along the Oklahoma and Texas border. But I would fully support a tornado warning with the velocities that we're seeing right now south of Davidson. So again, if you're in Elliott, Texas, you got to be in your safe place. I know it's not a very populated area, but if you guys got any friends or family out here, please alert them. Make sure that they're aware of this. You can see the velocities over the last several scans. There's been all sorts of conversion signatures. The first one, which is presumably when we had the tornado, is this right here.
Hey, Max, I got a quick update for you when you're ready.
And this one here, Elliot, is the new one. Go ahead.
I'm setting up just to the east of this storm that just went through Davidson, right there on the Red River of Oklahoma and Texas. It does not appear to be tornado warned, but there definitely is some circulation back in there, and just wanted to let you know that might want to keep a heads up on this. I got my camera pointed right at it. It's coming straight towards us.
Thank you for the update. So that is Edgar O'Neill, who's bottom right of your screen right now. And again, we are looking at rotation. Got a brand new radar sweep coming through. And I truly do not understand why we don't have a tornado warning for that. That is a lot stronger on the latest scan. I don't know why there's no tornado warning. Again, we have at least had a couple of brief tornadoes on this in the last 5 to 10 minutes. And there's still no tornado warning here for Elliot. So again, this is tracking up towards Taylor Corner Gin and is quickly tracking to the north and east right now. Storm Chaser Eric Fox, bottom right of your screen. He's looking at this. So he's looking at it right now. And obviously, it's going to be hard to see anything as the sun is fully set now, but there's a ton of lightning. So if there's a tornado, we might be able to visibly see it. I'm quite surprised we do not have a tornado warning for this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we now have a tornado warning. All right, so tornado warning again here for just south of Frederick. This is going to be west of Granfield. If you are in this warning, you've got to seek shelter. You got to get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, that is just to the south there of US Highway 70. We have a strengthening area of rotation right now, right over Elliott's, and that is going to be tracking towards the Taylor Corner Gin, and then going towards Loveland, Oklahoma. This is an urgent situation. If you're in the pink polygon, you've got to get to the safest place possible right now. Got to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, as this is a dangerous storm that is rotating and is attempting to produce a potentially significant tornado right now. It's also going to be a very rain-wrapped tornado if we have one, which makes this that much more concerning. Eric Fox, bottom right of your screen, is currently driving through a boatload of rain while this storm continues to basically track right towards him. He's located right about here. So he's pretty close to that area of rotation right now. And waiting for velocities to update here. But if we have a tornado, it's going to be, for the most part, rain-wrapped over near Elliott, Texas. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just one piece of information on this tornado warning. It is currently, or the area of rotation is currently located over wind farm. This means that certain radar products like reflectivity, correlation coefficient, and differential reflectivity may be or a bit contaminated. That would mean that we cannot rely on CC to determine whether or not a tornado is on the ground here. So that ground truth is going to be the most important thing. We do have multiple storm chasers telling us this storm did or is producing a tornado.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, I want to urge everybody, if you're in this tornado warning, again, we got to get to our safe place right now. Again, this is obviously the southern plains. We are accustomed to seeing significant tornadoes. And I mean, my goodness, look at Eric Fox right now. This is inside of the storm, guys. You can't see anything. He is like almost, if there's a tornado, he's almost inside of it. Obviously, the audio, there's not much audio for his audio, I think, isn't really working for some reason, but that's crazy. It's really windy inside of the storm right now. This is right next to that area of rotation over near Elliott. This is, again, in Elliott, Texas, and it's tracking towards the Taylor Corner Gin. We got to be in our safe place. It almost looks like a hurricane inside of this storm right now. If you guys do have any friends or family in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri tonight, and spread the word. We are doing commercial-free weather coverage right now. We are obviously covering a nocturnal tornado threat. If you want to just leave us up on your TV, if you got a smart TV, feel free to. We're going to be live here for the next several hours as long as there is an ongoing significant wind, hail, and tornado risk. And obviously, it looks pretty crazy out there right now. And you can see the velocities, again, are strengthening right along Texas 370, and they will be moving towards US 70 here soon. We got Storm Chaser Edgar O'Neill, bottom middle of your screen. He is over here. You can see him on the map. And then Edgar O'Neill, or Eric Fox just went literally into the storm. So, yeah. Well, this is kind of interesting. The latest scan, we got 2 areas of rotation now. So we got one directly south of Taylor Corner Gin, and we got another one over Texas 370. So there are 2 areas of rotation. Not saying there's 2 tornadoes, but they're all embedded in this singular tornado warning right now. I want to quickly go back off to the north, back over into Oklahoma. We've been watching this storm like a hawk north of Bartlesville. And if the temperature drops any further, there could be a legit tornado risk with this storm going towards Caney and Coffeyville in Kansas. It is a discrete cell. There is rotation. It's broad. I would not say this is imminent for a tornado right now, but it has been trying to rotate. We do have a storm chaser that is tracking towards the storm right now. And we'll keep an eye on him. Somebody keep an eye on Taylor Woodhall. Don't put him on yet, but keep an eye on him if he has anything. He is currently going up towards Copan here in northeastern Oklahoma. That is not going to be impacting Bartlesville, but it will be impacting areas down the line in southeastern Kansas. And then back off to the west, we got a large cluster of thunderstorms all off to the north and west of Tulsa right now. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is out there right now. It's obviously pretty dark out. Can't really see much, but we got some lightning kind of illuminating the skies over near Hominy. And then the storm that Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl was on with the big shelf cloud, that one is now splitting and is moving off to the north more than the east. So this is not as much of a tornado threat anymore for Pawnee. It is going to be much more of a wind concern. And I honestly think in the next hour, we should start to see the tornado threat increasing with this line of thunderstorms heading towards OKC. So we're keeping an eye on that. Obviously, if you're in Oklahoma City, we need to be ready for this line of thunderstorms with the potential, again, for damaging winds from 60 to 80 miles per hour and the possibility of embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms. Going back to our tornado warning, we have all sorts of rotation on this. We'll have a new radar scan in just a moment. Storm Chaser Eric Fox is inside of this thunderstorm right now, and we're keeping an eye on any sort of reports he might have. Got a new radar scan coming in right now. Radar sweeping around.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning for Haskell, Texas. All right, so this is south of Knox. That right there is what they're warning. So this is south of Knox City. This is going to be off to the north of Haskell, far to the north of Abilene. This is going to be tracking towards Knox City, Monday, and Benjamin. So if you're in this tornado warning, we've got to seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is going to be eventually going towards Monday. I think what they'll probably do is that they'll issue another tornado warning up here. As long as that rotation stays strong enough, it's kind of a little Dorito chip tornado warning. But there will likely be an extension of that tornado warning as the storm heads up towards US Highway 82. So we are beginning to see now additional tornado warnings. And this is what we're kind of talking about. Again, this evening, our tornado threat is increasing now. We have now hit the nocturnal tornado threat period, and our tornado threat should really only go up from here. Thank you, Kai, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Juan with the $20 super chat talking about Decatur, Texas. I think Decatur is an isolated damaging wind threat late tonight. This is what it looks like out there inside of this tornado warning. We might have just lost connection with Eric, but the wind is very intense right now. There it is. You can see the wind. Look how intense it is right now. Right over here, really close to where a tornado will be located, north of Haynesville, Texas. It is very windy. And the winds are probably gusting up to about 70 miles per hour in addition to there being a potential tornado right now. Look at all the lightning that's illuminating the sky. And one of the things with this storm that is currently tornado warned right along the Oklahoma and Texas border is that obviously, yes, there is a risk of a tornado here. But one thing that is helping to be able to try to identify if there's a tornado is all the lightning that is illuminating the sky. But it's obviously pretty rain-wrapped. That new area of rotation is now located right over near Taylor Corner Gin, and that is going to be approaching the Granfield Aerodrome. That's an airport on the west side of Granfield. That area of rotation is tracking directly towards that area, but it is fairly rain-wrapped still. You can see the inflow that is wrapping around The large area of rotation, it's all kind of hooking around. We got a couple areas of rotation in this area. And then this right here is the surging out cool air with also downburst damaging winds that are now going towards Burke-Burnett, Texas. So Burke-Burnett, get ready for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The tornado threat should be a bit lower for you guys. And then over in near Knox City, Texas, again, we got to watch this thing very closely, too. We got a pretty strong area of rotation on radar that is directly located west of Rochester. And this is quickly moving to the northeast. The storm's also producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now. Here's that latest velocity scan. We still have several different areas of rotation here that are coming together. This is the main area of rotation. It's gotten weaker. There'll probably be a new area of rotation that's going to develop over here, a little further east of that tiny little couplet, and that'll develop just to the east there of Taylor Corner Gin, and that'll be moving northeast. That Bartlesville storm has gotten a little bit broader over the last scan. North of Bartlesville, Oklahoma, still a little bit of rotation. And nothing imminent, but at least a low tornado potential with that storm as it continues to track to the northeast. We're going to go back to Texas. Everything east of Midland, Texas is mostly isolated hail and wind, not really any legit tornado threat right now. Look at this hailstorm. Seymour, Texas, we got to get ready for some big hail. I know we have a lot of people that tune in from Seymour. We have a pretty large audience over here near Wichita Falls, and I know, like, if you guys have friends or family,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
in Seymour or over, like, in the general vicinity of Seymour, Texas, we got a monster hailstorm heading towards you guys. This storm is definitely producing hail that's larger than the size of quarters. This thing is more undoubtedly producing baseball-sized hail. You can actually see the 3-body scatter spike, too. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, just a little bit more on that. This is taking a look at GR2. This is our maximum expected hail size, so this quite literally puts it into direct numbers. Once again, looking at that green triangle, we could be seeing hail up to 3.75 inches in diameter. And I want to talk about how many gray pixels there are on this. Every gray pixel here, that is indicating hail upwards of 3 inches in diameter. Pink is anything greater than 2 inches in diameter. So definitely at least a considerable severe thunderstorm warning hail core that we're seeing here moving towards the town of Red Springs.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, again, this hail core is monstrous, and I'm surprised they have not issued a destructive severe warning for this. Obviously, this has only come out over the last couple of radar scans, but if you guys got friends or family in Seymour, please alert them. Make sure that they are protecting their vehicles, because we could have a potentially catastrophic hailstorm hit Seymour in the next 20 minutes or so. If this storm continues to stay as intense as it is, it could be dropping baseballs in town. That could damage buildings. It could damage mobile homes. It could damage RVs. Windshields, everything can be damaged. So again, take this seriously. This is right now near US Highway 82. If you're driving between Seymour and Benjamin, Texas, you should also be getting away from this storm, trying to avoid this at all costs, because the hail is rapidly increased on this storm. And I know it's 8:10 p.m. It's late, right? It's getting kind of later, and we still have a significant hailstorm out there, which is honestly quite impressive. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning. That one's going to be for Knox City, west of Monday. So if you're in this pink polygon, you also got to be in your safe place right now. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. That area of rotation right now is directly north of Rochester, and that is going to be going right in Knox City over the next couple of minutes. If there is a tornado down right now, it will be going right through Knox City. Sunset, Texas, and Monday. Be ready for this storm as well. Back to our other tornado warning cell. This one is right along the Texas and Oklahoma border. Last few scans showing broader rotation. I'm not seeing anything that's definitively producing a tornado, but broad area of circulation right now. That could lead to an isolated tornado still down the line, so we're keeping an eye on that. And then off to the west of Oklahoma City, again, we got a dangerous line of thunderstorms that is making its way towards El Reno, Oklahoma City, Chickasha, Anadarko, and also Edmond and Guthrie. So if you guys live in any of those areas that I just listed off, or if you live nearby, make sure you're protecting loose line items. Have flashlights ready to go too in case there are power outages in your area as this line of thunderstorms moves through. The damaging wind threat by far is significant, but there's also a risk of embedded tornadoes in this line. Anadarko, Gracemont, and Binger. We now have a new severe warning for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We do have a new damage report over in Aspermont, Texas. This is in Stonewall County, north of Abilene, where a couple of power lines have been blown down in town. That is according to law enforcement. I don't know how this storm is not warned for big hail. Guys, I really need this is urgent at this point. If you guys have friends or family in Seymour, thank goodness they issued a warning for this. I was about to say, like, they need to know that there's a big hailstorm coming. Some people might not know. They have gone ahead and put this warning up to golf ball sized hail. That is larger than golf balls, though. I have almost no doubt that this hail is probably baseballs coming into Seymour, Texas. We have a very large reach in Texas, and we need to use it properly here. We need anybody that has friends or family in Seymour, Texas, that they're aware that there could be baseball-sized hail coming to town right now. Just right along US Highway 82, and it's about to hit Red Springs. I mean, this scatter spike is humongous, and along with that, we got a lot of white there. That is not something that happens on tiny little hailstorms. And with today's environment, our lapse rates are really steep, which means that our temperature is basically decreasing as we go up in height. So with our temperature decreasing rapidly as we go up in height, it's much easier for big hailstones to reach the ground. And so there's a pretty legitimate hail threat right now, right along US Highway 82. Looks like Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is going towards Bartlesville now, so we'll keep an eye on them. There is again, Discrete cell near Copen that is heading towards Canny and Coffeyville. That could also produce the risk there of a tornado, but so far, again, it's been struggling. Hasn't really been rotating that much. It will be interesting to see how this line of thunderstorms pans out, because there is again, a possibility of tornadoes with this line, especially as it goes towards OKC. Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan is currently located on Interstate 40 east of Weatherford. Not seeing anything too crazy there as of right now. You can see the latest radar scan surging, some very strong downburst winds, maybe a little weak rotation near Hinton, but it might be a bit contaminated. Bottom right of your screen, there was a big cloud ground lightning strike a second ago near Granfield. Let's go back down to Texas. So Edgar O'Neill, he's located here. He's the one that's bottom right of your screen right now. And there has been some broad rotation with this storm, but nothing that has gotten to the point where we've had a tornado, at least in the last 10 minutes. We had a couple of tornadoes reported by Eric Fox and a different storm chaser a little while ago south of Davidson. So that storm has at least produced a tornado or two so far. And then go back to Knox City. Latest radar scan showing broader rotation. So I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning. If that continues, the rotation's definitely gotten broader here over the last few minutes. All right, we do have a new SPC outlook for tonight. They have gone ahead and condensed our enhanced risk of severe weather just a hair. It still includes southeastern Kansas, Oklahoma City, back down into Wichita Falls. You can view this on our website, maxvelocitywx.com. There's a link at the bottom left of your screen there. Again, level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk is still in place. Oklahoma City, you guys are still included in that. And if we go over to our tornado risk for tonight, there were not any sort of dramatic changes to the forecast, but Springfield, Kansas City, Wichita, Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Wichita Falls, Abilene. We all still have a risk of an isolated tornado or two this evening, with the possibility, if a tornado does happen, it could be strong, which means EF2 tornadoes are on the table. So you need to have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan ready to go. And again, we are going to be live through the extent of this significant severe weather event that is happening right now. Damaging winds also going to be a big threat tonight. As far east as Dallas, guys. If you're over in Dallas, Dallas-Fort Worth area, 70+ mile per hour winds are on the table. And then our large hail threat is also elevated. Obviously, we've had some storms producing hail up to the size of baseballs so far today. And I don't think that's going to, wind down anytime soon until this all becomes a big line of thunderstorms. And until that happens, very large hail is possible from Kansas City down towards San Angelo, Texas. They have gone ahead and condensed the tornado warning a little bit. We still have a couple areas of weak rotation near Loveland, Oklahoma. So Loveland, Oklahoma, we are still included in this tornado warning. We'll see if they extend it any further to the east. But for the most part right now, we're looking at damaging winds and a low tornado risk in the short term going towards Chattanooga and Faxon. And then our tornado warning still continues off to the west there of Seymour. We still have a big-time hail core right now to the west of Seymour. Hopefully this hail core misses town, because otherwise it could be a very damaging hailstorm. Shout out to Fox with the super chat. You're pretty much my main source of weather for the last 2 years from Nebraska. You studying to be a meteorologist? I am already a meteorologist. I have a degree. It's right below. I have a degree in meteorology. I graduated last year. Thank you, girl, for the super chat as well. And also Tina for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Natalie and Kimberly with the Venmo donations. Put a hail track on the storm. This is pretty much the hail track is pretty evident. It's basically this area here near US Highway 82. By the way, look at the echo tops on this supercell. This storm is towering up to 52,000 feet right now near Seymour, Texas. This is a what we would call a massive supercell. Not as tall as it's not the tallest storm we've ever seen, obviously, but it's up there. Some of the storms also near Burke Burnett are right around 50 or around 50,000 feet. That one near Seymour is pretty tall. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Interstate 44 near Burke Burnett, north of Iowa Park. This also includes Lawton, Oklahoma. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Quarter-sized hail. They have not put a tornado possible tag on this, but I would kind of expect there should be one on this area of thunderstorms. We still have some broad rotation west of Granfield, Oklahoma. And that'll be tracking towards Chattanooga over the next 15 minutes. And we are really watching this line closely west of Oklahoma City. Again, if you guys have friends or family in Oklahoma City, make sure that they're aware of this growing threat of damaging winds and embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms. There's a report out of Custer County, Oklahoma, that a transformer blew up, which caused some power outages. And for those that see like bright white flashes in the sky that last longer periods of time, a lot of the time, what that is, that bright flash for a couple seconds, it can sometimes be a transformer blowing up. And so with the significant wind threat and the possibility for tornadoes, there is a risk for power outages this evening. They have not been widespread by any means, but right now we have a little over 7,000 customers without power in Texas, mainly over near Will Barger County, which is west there of Wichita Falls. And then over in Oklahoma, this is Custer County here. We got about 8% of customers without power. So almost 2,000 people, or at least 2,000 customers, probably more than 2,000 people that are without power there. So this will likely produce at least some isolated power outages as it goes in the direction of Oklahoma City here pretty soon. Hey, Doreen, for becoming a member. So just asked in the chat if Dallas and Fort Worth is safe. I wouldn't say DFW is safe. I think by the time these storms get to you, we are talking about damaging winds being the big concern. But there's undoubtedly at least a possibility for maybe an isolated tornado west of the Fort Worth area and maybe also some large hail. But I think the main risk by the time the storms get to you will be damaging winds. Thank you, Kim, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Let's go back to Tulsa. We still have a broad area of rotation heading towards Caney and Coffeyville here in Oklahoma, but I wouldn't say that's too concerning right now. For the most part, Missouri and Kansas, there's no active severe warnings. Again, mostly strong storms, lots of lightning. Probably a good lightning show out here, but nothing currently that is producing anything too significant. Got some photos and videos that you guys have been sending in from today's storms. Real quickly, we'll go through a few of these. And if you guys want to send in any photos and videos, there is a link at the bottom of your screen. That was from last night. We got a few, though, that are newer. This is actually from yesterday's severe weather coverage. Apparently, lightning struck an underground gas line, sparking a fire over in Ohio. That's actually kind of impressive. It's also from Ohio last night, cloud ground lightning strike. This is from Kentucky today. So guys, Kentucky actually had some severe storms today. I believe that is from today. Yeah, this is from today. So again, big shelf cloud. There were a couple severe storms in Kentucky today with mostly damaging winds. There's also a major flooding event that happened over in Hilton, New York yesterday. And this is a photo from that. I believe this is actually a photo from today over in Hilton, New York, the Carnival grounds. So very significant flooding there. This is a photo also from Virginia. We had some severe storms rolling through Virginia today. Pennsylvania, some cool cloud-to-cloud lightning. This is over in Brevard County, Florida, of the Artemis 2 launching today. I know probably many of you guys watched this happen live. There were like almost 3 million people watching it live on YouTube. It was crazy. But again, that took off pretty cool there. The weather was actually very good for this launch. It got a lot better. It was pretty cloudy for most of the day. This is from Stillwater, Oklahoma. This is actually featuring apparently a goose pond right here. We had the geese on stream earlier. Low clouds, maybe a little inflow tail over there. This is in Custer County, Oklahoma. Look how strong the winds are just a little while ago. This was within the last half hour. This is with that line of thunderstorms that is now racing towards Oklahoma City. If you guys have any photos or videos, you can go to the QR code. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. If you have any photos and videos. Again, we have a team of storm chasers out there today. Obviously, it is nighttime, so the visibility of these storms will get a lot more poor. But we have multiple chasers. We have chasers basically in every storm right now. And if we go from northern Oklahoma, we got about 6 different chasers up there. We got 2 right now in the line of thunderstorms near Oklahoma City. We got 2 also down on the tornado warning that is southwest of Lawton. I do not think they're going to continue this tornado warning. I think they'll allow that one to expire. They'll probably cancel it here soon as the area of rotation has now moved outside of the warning, and it's mostly damaging winds, at least at this point. Over in Burke-Burnett, we should be getting a lightning show here in a second. And so we put Burke-Burnett in slot 1. See the lightning starting to ramp up. But that is going to get hit pretty hard here soon by 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And then back down towards Seymour, Texas. That hail core has luckily been weakening and occluding to the north. So the hail threat for Seymour is at least avoiding being anything too destructive. But there could still be a little bit of hail there in Seymour. I don't think it'll be as large as what it looked like before. The 2 tornado warnings over near Knox City and Rochester, again, do not look very impressive to me. I think the main concern is going to end up being the threat of damaging winds here. Lower tornado risk right now. What in the world did I just click? Did not mean to go to that. I just went to a tropical weather scene. Every camera on my stream is just loading. It's spiraling. Hey, Teresa, for becoming a member. Also, thank you to Ryan for the super chat. Driving to Clinton, Missouri to Springfield. There's a tornado watch. Any thoughts? I personally think the tornado threat in Missouri tonight is pretty low. I don't think it's going to live up to the tornado risk here. Granted, like the tornado threat for today in Missouri was a warm frontal boundary lifting north, and there is really nothing here that's doing that. Riley, look at my stream. If you look at any slot, they're all broken. The slot somehow broke. The cameras work on the program, but they do not work currently on the stream. See if I can refresh it. No, it's just broken. Is Bartlesville, Oklahoma safe? I would say no, because we still have severe storms off to your west. The main concern, though, will be damaging winds. There is a low tornado risk. We have a little bit of broad rotation off to the west of Barnsdall. But as of right now, again, nothing that is currently producing a tornado. It's been rotating broadly for quite some time, just nothing that has actually gotten to the point where it's actually tornadic. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Texas. This one's going to be for Ford and Knox counties. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. That'll probably end up replacing our severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings here. There is a report coming out of Knox City of a 72-mile-per-hour wind gust. That was back over here Monday. As specifically near Knox City, where again there is a active tornado warning. I think they'll probably end up canceling those tornado warnings too. The National Weather Service did cancel the tornado warning near Grandfield, but we still have a pretty significant damaging wind risk that is rolling off to the north and east right now. Storm chaser Edgar O'Neill is currently out there. He is driving through, I believe, the eastern extent of this severe warning right now near Interstate 44. Got a little bit of lightning off there to the left. And this is what it looks like over in Burke Burnett, Texas, which we should see a pretty crazy lightning show here in a second. I don't know if the camera froze there. Camera's also freezing there. All right, cameras are freezing everywhere right now. Shout out to Drums with the donation. Thank you also, Muffin, for becoming a member. We have a new severe warning in West Virginia. It's actually a pretty populated area. Charleston for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. You're over in Oklahoma City. Again, get ready. We got a pretty intense line of thunderstorms coming right now. Damaging winds, again, are the primary concern. There's also a low chance of a tornado with this line. They have gone ahead and issued a large severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to include Hennessy, El Reno, also Kingfisher and Dover and Yukon. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. And there is quite the lightning show happening right now out here to the west of Oklahoma City. This thing is, again, massive. I mean, you've got lightning strikes literally everywhere. Storm Chaser, well, this is Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter. You can see the lightning. We just had a cloud of ground lightning strike there. But there's going to be about a lightning flash probably every second or two. Got flashes of lightning all up and down this line of thunderstorms right now off to the west of Oklahoma City. If you guys do have any sort of friends or family that are over in Oklahoma City, make sure that they're ready for this. And honestly, if you guys are over in OKC, have your cameras ready. You're probably going to see a pretty nice little lightning show out to your west as this line of thunderstorms starts to get closer. You can see all the lightning that is popping up in the sky right now. Again, there is a little bit of broad rotation along the leading edge of this line, but nothing yet that is enough to issue any sort of tornado warning. So I'd say every area of rotation is pretty weak right now, but it could definitely change as this continues to track to the east. In just a moment, Burke Burnett's going to get hit pretty hard by damaging winds. So we're going to be keeping an eye out for that. There's a camera there in Burke Burnett. Also, we are working on fixing the camera on the bottom right. The cameras will work here again in a moment. I'm in the slight risk of severe weather for tomorrow and also in the enhanced risk for Friday. I'm going to be honest, I think Friday is going to be more significant than today. This is what Friday's risk is. It's almost the same exact area, by the way. Again, this is a multi-day stretch of severe weather, so it's not just what's happening today. Tomorrow could be a pretty significant tornado day in the Midwest. We'll have to wait and see if it pans out. And then Friday will likely be a very significant day of severe weather. I think what's going to happen on Friday is we're going to have a full-blown squall line develop from Iowa, even as far north as Minneapolis, all the way down into San Angelo. And we're going to be watching for all hazards of severe weather. Notice we have this large hatched area in place, and that will be for the risk of more significant damaging winds, large hail, and even tornadoes. But tomorrow is, I think, going to be a really big day here in the Midwest. We have an enhanced risk for a 10% tornado threat. All right, we got our cameras working again. There we go. Yeah, the next few days, again, are going to be pretty significant. Obviously, today, we still have an enhanced risk of severe weather. If I take off radar, you can see it a little bit better. That enhanced risk goes from Wichita Falls back into southeast Kansas. Slight risk from about Jefferson City, Missouri, into San Angelo. And yes, Dallas-Fort Worth area, I'm not expecting a major severe weather outbreak or anything crazy type, but there will be a risk of some damaging winds. Very low tornado risk, but tornado risk will be a bit more elevated off to your west. So if you live in one of the western counties here, I would definitely have a tornado action plan ready to go. And obviously, we'll be live as long as there is a significant risk of either, damaging winds or even a possibility for a tornado. Hey, Chris, for the $10 super chat. Any word on Detroit? Nothing for Detroit today. Isolated severe weather tomorrow. We definitely need to be getting ready again in Oklahoma City for this intense line of thunderstorms. We just got a new severe warning over to the north of Tulsa. That is south of Bartlesville. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl actually might intercept that here pretty soon. He's had some pretty good intercepts today of these severe thunderstorms out here in Oklahoma. Still have a broad area of rotation near Dewey and Coffeyville. Again, the tornado threat really has not materialized off to the west of Joplin today, but we're still monitoring those storms in case any of them do mature. I'd definitely get ready over in Bartlesville for a pretty significant wind threat, maybe even a tornado threat. Let's go back over to Mezzo Hunter. So we put Mezzo Hunter in slot 2. Mezzo Hunter is now driving through the squall line here. So it looks like inside of that squall line. I don't think the camera is loading though. Looks like cameras are still not fully working on the program. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he just lost connection. All right, he lost connection. We'll go back to him in a second once his connection comes back. He is going through a pretty intense line of thunderstorms, though, right now. And I mean, this is definitely producing 60-mile-per-hour winds right along Interstate 40, heading towards El Reno and Yukon. Keep him bottom right of your screen in case he does come back. Oh, now he has. This is what it looks like inside of that line of thunderstorms. See the wind picking up right now from right to left. We do have a very weak area of rotation on this storm as well, on this particular segment of this line.
All right, TikTok. I'm gonna wrap up my TikTok. If you want to,
Bro is live on TikTok.
Head over to my YouTube, way better quality, horizontal format with live videos. YouTube, I'll be still here.
We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. Look how intense the wind is here. This is easily 50 to 60-mile-per-hour winds inside of our line of thunderstorms. This is probably one of the most intense segments of our line. There's just pushing tons of wind and also cooler air out of the line. All these downburst winds coming down and spreading out. That's what's happening in real time there. We'll keep them bottom right of your screen. We also have a new severe warning off to the west of Abilene. That's going to be for Snyder, Texas, for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking off to the east of Edgar O'Neill's location right now, just to the northwest of Cookietown, Oklahoma. Looks like we have a bit of rotation in the upper levels of the storm. It is not stretched down to the surface yet, but this could be a potential QLCS spin up sometime in the next few radar scans if we manage to see that mesocyclone stretch down to the ground.
Thank you for the update. So if we're over in Walters near Temple, just to the west of Duncan, Oklahoma, we got to watch this closely. Got a little area of rotation that is attempting to develop. Right next to Cookietown. Quite the name. This is, again, inside of that line of thunderstorms that is making its way towards Oklahoma City. I mean, we're seeing consistent 50 to 60-mile-per-hour winds. And one cool thing that we're also seeing is that all this lightning is illuminating the sky. And so this is basically what we call strobe lightning. There's just so much lightning happening at once. You got all the wind here coming from right to left, which is going right over the roadway. And one of the big concerns if you are traveling right now along Interstate 40 is that hydroplaning is obviously a concern. Truck drivers also, be careful, because there is a real risk here of semis being flipped over from the higher winds. I'd pull off just in case, as this line continues to put in the direction of Oklahoma City. And yeah, we're watching at least a low-end tornado potential right now north of Burke Burnett. Could get a quick spin-up tornado heading towards Interstate 44. This is south of Lawton. There are a couple live cameras up in Lawton that we'll be keeping an eye on. We're also keeping an eye on this right here, just to the north of where Mezzo Hunter is. They head for letters to the super chat. And Golden for becoming a member. That right there we gotta watch too. If you're over in Tulsa, we're going to get some pretty nasty storms here soon. They might just barely avoid you, but north side of Tulsa, we got some pretty intense storms coming directly towards US Highway 75 with 60 to 65 mile per hour winds, quarter-sized hail. There's been some broad rotation, but nothing that has definitively become a tornadic threat. That obviously that could change. Let me go back down to our storm here near Walters. Again, there's still a broad area of rotation that's near US Highway 277, approaching Interstate 44 near Walters. On our velocity scale, this is like a 3 out of 10. It's not very strong. Obviously, there's rotation as we go up aloft, but it's not as strong near the surface. I'd be seeking shelter, though, if you're over in Walters, just in case, especially with the threat of damaging winds being elevated. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. It's a pretty large one. It's going to include Seymour, Texas, back over near Lake Kemp and Electra, west of Wichita Falls, for 70 mile per hour damaging winds. There's also a ton of lightning right now with this area of thunderstorms. So you can get away from windows right now, get to the lowest floor possible if you're in this severe warning, just in case there's any flying debris. As many of you know, trampolines can go flying in Texas. Texas is known for flying trampolines, so it's best to stay away from windows, and hopefully your neighbor doesn't have a trampoline that goes flying from this cluster of thunderstorms down there. Interestingly enough, we got a couple other storms that have gone up. Again, none of these have had success producing a tornado in northern or even north central Oklahoma. But there is broad rotation north of Hennessy, and there's another little area of rotation west of Stillwater. I don't think either of these are anywhere close to producing a tornado, but we'll have to monitor this situation to the south there of Ponca City, just in case something happens. But I'm not overly concerned right now about any imminent tornado threat. But again, any discrete cells that form could produce a tornado. Hey, Sturgis for the super chat saying what's going to happen here in Joplin, Missouri tonight. I would anticipate a lot of thunderstorms overnight with mainly a damaging wind risk. I do think the tornado risk is quite low tonight in Missouri. Also, Margaret with the super chat says what kind of severe weather threat will be in Evanston, Illinois tomorrow. All hazards. Tomorrow again looks pretty crazy for severe weather. And also Friday looks a bit more significant than what we're looking at today. I think it'll be definitely more significant than today. Look at this for tomorrow. These are your significant tornado parameter values. For reference, today's significant tornado parameter values, they're peaking around 3 to 4 for today. So obviously strong tornadoes are a possibility with something like that. But tomorrow, we have a large corridor as high as 5 to almost 7 here from Iowa back into Missouri. And there could easily be a few strong tornadoes tomorrow afternoon and evening. Just going to come down to storm mode and our thermodynamics. There's a lot of fail modes for tomorrow in terms of our tornado threat, but we could end up having multiple tornadoes on stream tomorrow. We could also have a fairly limited tornado day. It could really go either way. A lot of ifs with tomorrow. Fun fact, we've had 4 years in a row of an enhanced risk of severe weather on April Fool's Day. This is the 4th year in a row. It's pretty crazy. I know a lot of you guys have been like, we should do an April Fool's joke on a video or a live stream or something. It's kind of hard to do that, though, when you have consistently enhanced risks of severe weather years in a row on April Fool's Day. That rotation that is west of Walters, still in Oklahoma, it's still pretty weak. Been a little bit more rotation aloft. Again, no active tornado warnings right now, but we do have widespread damaging wind potential developing. Severe thunderstorm warning stretch basically from Enid, Oklahoma, back to Abilene. Damaging winds are ranging from 60 to 70 miles per hour. We also have a terminal radar site over near Norman. It'll be interesting to see if we see any increasing areas of rotation as this line approaches Oklahoma City. Now's your time if you're over in Oklahoma City to get ready for damaging winds and tornadoes. It's 8:40 Central Time. Many of you are probably trying to go to sleep in the next hour with it being a Wednesday, but I definitely would not recommend going to bed anytime soon. I would stay tuned to this channel and make sure that you are locked in for a potential tornado risk and also a significant damaging wind risk here coming towards OKC. Do you guys remember, I think it was last year, I don't remember what day it was, but last year we had like a 2 a.m. PDS tornado warning over here near Midwest City and Choctaw. Well, apparently, I didn't... Is this inside of Artemis? If you guys didn't see this, apparently we have a live view inside of Artemis right now. This is live. They are in space right now. They're not in Florida. Right? Am I correct?
Houston copies.
I don't know how we have a view of this. All right, they are in space. I guess we have a space cam. This is the first ever time we've had a camera in space on stream. This is history. On our channel. Oh, actually, no, we have had... No, never mind. We did have one. We had the on the moderate risk of severe weather about 2 weeks ago in the East Coast. We did have a space cam. We had the orbiting satellite. I've gotten news, too, that we've apparently added a lot of fish tank cameras and fish cameras in general recently. So I guess we're expanding our archive and our database here of cameras.
2 minutes, 24 seconds. ICPS thermal turn, 4 hours, 03 minutes.
So, all right, that's interesting.
Depart no later than 4 hours.
That is Artemis 2. It's heading to the moon. Thank you, Ethan, for the super chat. Wichita, Kansas tonight. We're mainly going to be looking at a... I don't even think we're really going to see anything else. I think Wichita is basically done. Tornado Watch has already been canceled. We got a space cam before cheese curd cam. Low-key, we did. This is our other space cam, apparently. It's not really ours, but that's the other space cam down there. That one orbits Earth. This is literally orbiting Earth in real time. It'd be kind of cool if it orbited over our severe storms. That'd be pretty cool. Going back to Tulsa, Barnsdall, Oklahoma is going to get pretty hard here in a moment with damaging winds. See all the winds surging right now into Barnsdall. Barnsdall and Ramona, get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Might be even a little bit higher than that. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholes over in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We don't have a whole lot of lightning there yet, but lightning should be upticking here in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Oklahoma City, we got all sorts of little areas of, increasing winds going at least towards the radar. Got little inflows trying to come into this line. There's a non-zero tornado threat with this line going towards OKC. The Storm Prediction Center also mentioned the tornado threat should increase as this moves into the central Oklahoma area, which is now doing so. There's still a small little weak area of rotation over Interstate 44 near Walters. That's not really doing a whole lot right now, though. It's been pretty weak this entire time and not really a whole lot of rotation down in Texas right now. Been mostly damaging winds. Maybe a very low-end area of rotation, or just out there, Seymour. Got a couple more photos and videos coming in that you guys have sent in. This is our one of our more recent ones. This was sent in from Caitlin over at Custer County, Oklahoma. As the intense line of thunderstorms rolled into Weatherford, Oklahoma, produced some pretty significant damaging winds outside. We have had some power outage reports over in Custer County. Apparently a transformer blew. That knocked out power. This is from Will Barger County, Texas. Look at that thing. Maybe a gustnado, possibly a tornado near Vernon and Ocala Union. Again, that's pretty impressive. Looks like a gustnado to me, but picking up a bunch of dust and dirt off the ground. And with how dry it's been in Texas, that's what a lot of these things are going to look like. Thank you, Ethan, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you also Gibber for the super chat. Again, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us. QR code's on your screen. You can just go to our website too and click submit a report. I'm actually really curious too. Go over to our website, reports.maxvelocitywx.com, click the location report button and submit your location. I want to see where everybody's tuning in from on this stream. If you submit your location, it'll generate on our map. So all you gotta do is click a place, submit your place. All right, there's a link in the description to it, and it'll pop up on our map, and we'll see where you guys are all located. Will also give us a better idea of where we should be covering more of. This is what our heat map looks like right now with where everybody's tuning in from. We got about 1,400 people sharing their location, most of which currently are near Kansas City. We got quite a few in Oklahoma. We also got some in Texas. A lot of people back down in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. What was that? What was that audio that just played? Oh, that's my stream bottom right. All right. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. This is going to be for Colorado City for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is moving towards Roscoe and Sweetwater. Got, again, a pretty intense line of thunderstorms approaching Oklahoma City right now. This is Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter, who is currently live out here. Yeah, on the bottom right of the screen, too. He's over near Yukon, and he's going to be approaching OKC in a moment. We only have one Storm Chaser out here right now. And then you got Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan, who is off to the west of that line. And we are monitoring at least a low tornado potential with this line. Kind of interesting. Look at this near Stillwater. That's rotating. Got a little discrete cell that's gone up off to the west of Tulsa. There's Stillwater. It'll be interesting to see what this thing does here. So if you're over in Stillwater or Pawnee, gotta watch that. We were talking about this a few moments ago where there is a couple of discrete cells going up, and this one here is at least broadly rotating right now, approaching Morrison and US Highway 412. There's multiple other radar sites that are showing the same thing, so I don't know if we have any storm chasers really that close to it right now, but I know we have some nearby, so we'll keep an eye on that. All right, this is what the heat map looks like now. We got about 2,000 people that are sharing their location now. A lot of you guys are in Tulsa. We got some people in Stillwater. We're watching that closely. Oklahoma City has a pretty large audience. Wichita Falls, wow. Got a lot of you guys tuning in from Wichita Falls. It's really cool how many people we have over there in Wichita Falls, and just in general, like some of these places. It's fascinating to see how many people are watching these streams from the impacted areas. Like Lawton, for example, we have a couple dozen of you guys at least tuning in right now. And granted, these are just the people that are sharing their location. It's not even the people that are watching maybe on their TV and aren't, submitting their location. It's actually quite cool. See all the data in real time. We have some really cool plans for this year. I'm not going to talk about them too much, but we got some cool plans for weather coverage here in the central and southern plains. So we cover this area obviously quite a bit. Somebody just asked if Kansas City, Missouri is good to log off. I would say so, just to make sure you have ways to receive alerts. I'd have at least ways to receive warnings at the bare minimum. I know we got some strong storms to your south, nothing severe right now, but we definitely can't rely on an isolated severe storm this evening or even into the overnight hours. I also recommend if you guys do live in any area, like even, I mean, again, this could be a nocturnal severe threat. So if you have any plans to actually go to bed, if you need an extra way to receive weather alerts, check out Max Alert. That's basically where I'll give you a phone call if you are inside of a tornado warning or severe warning. That way you wake up. Because I know many of you might be considering going to bed in the next hour. So if you want to check out Max Alert, it's maxalert.net. It is also the top link in the description below. But I highly recommend you check that out just in case you end up being under a tornado warning tonight, which again, the tornado threat is nowhere near done. I do want to remind you guys, it's only 8:50. The tornado threat was expected to kind of peak really between like 9 and 11 tonight. And right now it's about 8:50. And this right here near Stillwater, again, looks kind of concerning. And also the storm west of Tulsa is starting to look a little bit more concerning. We got a little area of rotation developing on this storm directly west of Tulsa right now. So the tornado threat is by no means done. And honestly, it might just be getting started over here because, again, nothing's really happened all day today, but we got a couple of rotating storms now up here. It'll be interesting to see how this thing evolves down near Stillwater. There's no warning on this storm at all. There's a broad area of rotation near the low levels, stronger mid-level rotation, and then the one here near Cleveland is also rotating. Over in Wichita Falls, we are about to get hit by some pretty hefty winds. I wouldn't say it's significant, but 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts are making their way now into Wichita Falls, Texas. And we have a lot of you guys tuning in from Wichita Falls, so again, stay away from windows as this line of storms approaches. We've had some wind gusts out of Gorey, Texas, in Knox County of around 60 mile per hour winds just off to the west of Seymour. Seymour's already gotten one storm. We got another one coming through with lots of lightning, heavy rain, and a little bit of hail too. A very broad area of rotation too. A little bookend vortex there northwest of Seymour that is making its way towards US Highway 183. Wouldn't say it's an imminent tornado concern, though. If you're over in Abilene, Texas, we're nowhere near done with severe weather. We got a big line of thunderstorms developing back off to your west. It is still 78 degrees right now in Abilene. Believe it or not, still 78 degrees. It's not even summer yet. It's not usually this warm this late. Temperatures barely dropped. It was about 80 degrees about 2 hours ago. Dew point's about 59. Should be mostly a wind threat, but definitely can't rule out an isolated tornado. Storms are only about 20-ish minutes, maybe 30 minutes from hitting Oklahoma City. This line of thunderstorms is moving east at about 40 miles per hour. And so if we kind of time this out here, do it 45 just to play it safe. But this line of thunderstorms is basically going to hit Oklahoma City around 9:23. So we got about half an hour, maybe even sooner than that, until this line of thunderstorms is knocking on the doorstep of anywhere in the Oklahoma City metro. So this is kind of the time that you want to make sure, again, that you're ready for this line. Make sure that you are staying alert. Obviously, have our stream up on your TV or your phone or whatever device you might be using. And stay tuned. We'll keep you posted if anything happens here. We have a bunch of live cameras, too, in Oklahoma City that we are keeping an eye on. You have a broad area of rotation once again near Jennings. This is not going towards Tulsa, but Skiatook we need to watch. The storm near Stillwater still rotating. Shout out to Tony and Victa for becoming members. Got some people reporting a lot of lightning right now over near Oklahoma City. Lightning show is only getting started. Got another video that was sent in from Burke Burnett, Texas, of the rain and wind moving in just a few moments ago. So we got some ground truth, a significant wind, and maybe a little bit of pea-sized hail falling out there, but mostly wind. Quite a bit of lightning. Skiatook. Is it Skiatook, Oklahoma? If you guys have any photos or videos, again, QR code's on your screen. This is from a little while ago over in Will Barger County with a gustnado happening there earlier. We do think there was at least one tornado that happened. Eric Fox on our live stream earlier did have a tornado of some kind. Maybe it was a gustnado, but we think it was a tornado. It was underneath the base of the storm. If you're over in Lawton, Oklahoma, get ready for some damaging winds here over the next few minutes. The wind should be picking up here momentarily. We have a few live cameras over in Lawton, Oklahoma. This is live over in Lawton currently on US 62 near Sheridan. This is just north of Cameron University. Which, again, not really seeing much right now, but we are expecting damaging winds around 60 miles per hour to roll into town here over the next few minutes. It's currently hitting the Lawton Fort Sill Regional Airport. We have Storm Chaser Edgar O'Neill, who is also on the south side of Lawton, where the roads are incredibly wet. And then Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter, who is currently making his way into Oklahoma City as a significant damaging wind threat starts to approach, and maybe an isolated tornado threat embedded in this line. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Texas. This will be west of Oklahoma City. This will be over in Roby and Sweetwater. That is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And right now, again, tornado risk with this is pretty low, but 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, that's a considerable threat. If you're in an RV, if you're in a mobile home, I would consider getting to a sturdy structure as this really intense line of thunderstorms continues to organize, and it also has a ton of lightning. We have some flying debris out there from the high winds. Still watching some broad rotation near Stillwater, Oklahoma, and then west of Oklahoma City. The storm is still attempting to rotate. Broad rotation near Cleveland, moving into Osage, Zinc Ranch in Skiatook. Right now, the main concern is half-dollar size tail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Here's the latest update on all the people that are tuning in. We have a little over almost 2,500 people sharing their location now. Wichita Falls is a hotspot tonight. There's about 2 to 3 dozen locations just here. Lawton, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Bartlesville, Enid. Got a lot of people in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and Abilene. This is also from yesterday's event too, but also got a lot of people in Topeka. Osage City has a ton of people apparently, and also over in Kansas City. Here are also all the cameras that are also corresponding with all the weather out there. So you can see we have a bunch of cameras over in Oklahoma City. We got one over in Edmond. Got a couple also at a rail station. You can actually put this one bottom right of your screen. That one is an Oklahoma City camera looking directly towards this line of thunderstorms coming in. So we'll have a pretty cool view of that as this line rolls in. Also got Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter, who's going to be in OKC as well. See if the terminal radar site's picking up on any sort of rotation. Looks like mostly damaging winds right now. You can see again, greens and reds aren't really mixing anywhere. Most of this is straight line damaging winds. We don't have any sort of major convergence signatures coming together. But we'll see if that changes. And storms are still about 20 to 30 minutes from hitting Oklahoma City, and a lot can change in 30 minutes. Thank you, Red, for the $10 super chat. Tornado threat for Duncan. I would say across the board. It's a low tornado risk, but it's not zero, which is why we are still emphasizing that if you guys do live, again, in any of these areas, including Oklahoma City or Tulsa, back to the west of Dallas-Fort Worth, you still have ways to receive alerts, stay weather aware. And again, we'll keep you posted if there's any tornado warnings or anything like that, anything that's of concern. We have a lot of people on the back end, too, that are monitoring every single storm. We have weather analysts and stuff like that are looking at these storms as well. And if there's anything that pops out to them, we'll let you know as well. I'm looking, too. Thank you, Jet, for the super chat. Love for our Army recruits. Weathering the storm at Fort Sill. Bless our soldiers. Appreciate your super chat. And thank you for your service. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going to be back over in Reagan and Upton counties. So this is off to the west of San Angelo. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds northeast of Rankin, northwest of Big Lake. That'll be approaching Texas 33 here pretty soon. And also 137. Generally speaking, anything to the south of I-20 is more marginally severe right now. Anything north of I-20 is a little bit more significant in terms of our damaging wind threat. We still have a couple little kinks in this line over near Lawton. Again, I wouldn't rule out a brief gustnado or tornado as this line of thunderstorms continues to push to the northeast. Got a little bit of rotation again along the leading edge northwest of Oklahoma City. The storm near Stillwater is still trying to rotate. We go back over to our Cherokee radar site. That's still rotating. This would be about tornado warning criteria for most places, in my opinion. It's about right about where it would have to be in terms of our rotation. I mean, this is about a 4 out of 10 on the velocity scale. And so, yeah, it's kind of on the cusp. It's not strong rotation. It's broad over the north of Stillwater, moving towards Morrison. I don't think there's really any other storm that has that kind of look to it right now, other than the one west of Tulsa, which still is broadly rotating. That storm west of Tulsa has definitely become a lot more mature here over the last 20 to 30 minutes. You can see that little hook forming, kind of little inflow now forming as well. Got a pretty significant hail core too over near Cleveland. We're probably up to about $50 to ping pong ball size tail. They just upgraded the warning, I think, to ping pong ball size tail. And you can see the little correlation coefficient drop. So there's a pretty significant area of hail now moving through Cleveland, Oklahoma, going to Hominy. I know we have a few people tuning in from Hominy, so if you're in Hominy, Oklahoma, get ready for hail to be the main concern over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Huge shout out to James with the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. Also, Robert for becoming a member. So a little area of convergence over here north of Yukon, or maybe a low tornado risk. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I am looking near Lawton, Oklahoma. Looks like we might have a bookend vortex trying to wrap up here. Still very weak couplet, but it's definitely tried to wrap up a little bit in the last few scans. So keep an eye on that as it moves off to the northeast.
Thank you for the update. So possibly a low-end tornado threat here near Oklahoma 7. That's just to the south and east there of Lawton, west of Central High. Here's the latest radar scan. You can see there's actually a couple of them. Again, they're very tiny little kinks in the line, and these can sometimes lead to QLCS tornadoes, which would be a weak, quick-hitting tornado embedded in a line that is moving towards Central High, Marlow. And if you're over in Duncan, I would definitely be ready, at least for that wind threat, maybe a low tornado risk. There's no active severe warning for any of this activity from Wichita Falls into Lawton, but obviously there is definitely a risk here for some damaging winds and maybe a tornado. All right there, though, looks a little suspicious. Storm Chaser Edgar O'Neill, I believe, is somewhere over here. His location has been updating, but there's been quite a bit of lightning. I think he's over in Lawton. He might be going up I-44 right now. If you're over in Oklahoma City, again, this is the time to be weather aware. We might get a severe warning here in the next 5 to 10 minutes for the Oklahoma City area. Our next severe warning will likely include anywhere in this general vicinity. So Oklahoma City, Guthrie, Edmond, even Norman, be staying alert here. Damaging winds, and again, a tornado risk does exist with this line. It's not high right now, but we are monitoring any kinks in this line that may lead to an isolated tornado. I don't see anything imminent, but this would be, I think, the main area to watch for heading towards Edmond and downtown OKC. Hey, Annan for the super chat. I think the tornado risk for Sepulpa will be pretty low. Hey, James also for the super chat. Is it looking between Rising Star and Gorman, Texas tonight? Rising Star. 60-mile-per-hour winds will be the main concern. Not much of a tornado threat down there. If we look at our tornado threat for tonight, you can see it a little bit more clearly on the map here, but this is our tornado risk. So if you're anywhere in the green or brown, that is where there's at least a chance here for a couple of strong tornadoes tonight, which means up to EF2 tornadoes are a possibility. Jefferson City back into Abilene, and then anywhere in the 5% is where it's a little bit more elevated. We just got a new severe warning, really one of our only severe warnings today. I think we've only had 2 in Missouri today. And this one's going to be for Clinton. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And quite a bit of lightning right now over in Clinton, Missouri. There's some very broad rotation, but nothing that stands out to me that would make me think there's a tornado happening anytime soon. But it will be something we're watching for. If you're over in Sedalia, south of Warrensburg, definitely stay alert there for that storm. We are still monitoring a broad area of rotation north of Stillwater. This is still about a 4 out of 10 on our velocity scale, so it's not really gotten any stronger, any weaker. Been kind of maintaining its intensity. I would have to assume we probably have a wall cloud north of Stillwater, but I don't think anything's getting to the ground yet. So we got a few areas of weak rotation in this line. We got Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter, who is now in Oklahoma City. This one looks like in downtown OKC right now. No lightning right now looking to the east. Obviously, he's looking east, but no lightning. We go to our full cam shot in Oklahoma City. This one is looking west. There's actually a plane there on the left. They got a little bit of lightning out there in the distance. Could be some delays at the airport for any incoming and outgoing flights here in about an hour in Oklahoma City due to the increasing risk right now for damaging winds and a low tornado threat. This is right along a railway, by the way. This is, I get the exact location here. This is right along Interstate, I think 35. Maybe. No, this is on US Highway 77. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's where this is located. Unless the camera map is incorrect. Thank you, Robert, for the super chat. It's a low tornado risk for Rolla in Missouri tonight. Thank you, Cheryl, for becoming a member. And lightning is beginning to uptick just a little bit. There's not as much lightning with this line as there is back down in Texas. The storms in Texas are electrified beyond belief. They are very electrified down there. They're not as electrified right now near Oklahoma City. Still got a little hook on this storm near Cleveland, Oklahoma. And this has not done a whole lot, but it is still really broad rotation over near Osage. Sky Took needs to be staying alert for that. Anyway, HR for becoming a member. Also, XO for the super chat. Is there any tornado risk in Wichita Falls? I would say the risk at this point is pretty low for any severe weather in Wichita Falls. The majority of the severe weather is now past you. It's really just strong storms right now. I would watch this, though. There is going to be a second round of thunderstorms in about 30 minutes. That could produce an isolated risk of severe weather. It's definitely not a slam dunk, though, right now. Got to watch this over near Lawton. We've been watching a little couplet trying to come together over near Lawton here over the last 10-15 minutes. Still have rotation east of Lawton. It is a small little bookend vortex that's trying to develop heading up towards Oklahoma 65, moving towards Rush, Springs, and Marlow. That bottom right camera is going to be right there in downtown OKC. Thank you, Caden, for the 11-month membership. Really appreciate that. For those that are asking about tomorrow, I will talk more about that here in a little bit. We'll also have a video about that tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, again, could be a pretty significant day of severe weather. So, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just a little bit on the future of these storms. First off, I want to talk about the CAPE or convective available potential energy. This is something that's going to be needed in order for these storms to sort of pose a tornado threat down the line and continue to remain at the intensity that they are. We're mostly talking about a QLCS right now, so not really any supercell convection. If we do take a look at the ARRR real quick, we can slide that slider forward and we see that there's no real indications of any prefrontals for the rest of this event. Now, of course, we are using cams very late in the day with an event that's already started, so they're not the greatest indication of what could happen, but I do think that is relatively true, that we should be done seeing convection in front of the line of storms we have today. Then just taking a look at the amount of CAPE we have off to the east or in front of both of the lines that we basically have right now, it is relatively low. We have values just over 1,000, maybe underneath 1,000. A few pockets where you do get up a little bit closer to 1,200 CAPE, but that's really not that significant, and that's not what a QLCS really needs in order to maintain its intensity. So I do think pretty soon here we are going to start to get into the point in time where these storms are starting to weaken. We're already seeing that sort of on radar. We're not seeing a lot of those intense hail cores anymore. We're getting a little bit lower in the reflectivity values, and overall storms just look a little bit less intense. And this is something that I expect to continue to happen. I would expect that pretty soon here we are going to move out of the tornado watch area, and there's almost certainly not going to be another tornado watch after that.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Little outlook there. Thank you, Average, for the super chat. The temperatures in Iowa Friday don't look very favorable for tornadoes at the moment. Yeah, I'll talk more about it tomorrow. Honestly, we could talk about it at some point tonight, too, after these storms get through Oklahoma City. But I think, again, tomorrow could be a tornado outbreak. I say could because we don't know if it will be. It's very difficult to tell. It's not a slam dunk. It has a lot of ifs, basically, for tomorrow. But the amount of rotation that is going to be in that environment tomorrow is going to be incredible. But I truly think tomorrow we're at least going to have a few tornadoes, and we'll probably have tornadoes on stream. I know we haven't really had very many today. I mean, maybe we had one or two back over when the storms were hitting Wichita Falls and Burke Burnett, or west of those areas, east of Vernon. But yeah, it's definitely possible that we could have actual tornadoes on stream tomorrow. I'm pretty confident that we're going to see a tornado tomorrow, but I don't know how many we're going to see. I would call tomorrow a wild card day. That's what I would call it. Go either way. Could be a big day, it could be a small day. But there is a 10% hatch tornado risk for tomorrow. The latest HRRR model run does show a couple of storms really rotating over near like Davenport, for example. Yeah, a lot of these cells here, any of these would be able to rotate. That's by about 8 o'clock. Might not look very impressive, but look at the significant tornado parameter values tomorrow are quite impressive. We're talking about 3s and 4s. I have a lot of confidence that we're going to at least see a couple tornadoes tomorrow. At least one. Thank you, Luna, for the super chat. Thank you for keeping us safe. No problem. Thank you, Rena, for becoming a member, and also Anxiety for the super chat. Max started a flying trampoline channel. Happy April Fool's Day. Hey, we had quite. I didn't post this on Facebook because I wasn't. It was hard to put this out there, but we did have an April Fool's joke over on our Twitter page today. This is pretty funny. Hey, Luna, for the super chat. I had to make a disclaimer that it's an April Fool's joke because a lot of people would have believed this. I feel like. Loki kind of looks cool though. I'm not gonna lie. I like the design. Like the design of it. I feel like people on Facebook would have taken it way more seriously, so I didn't put it over there. I only put it on Twitter. That was the only one April Fool's joke I could come up with today. If I posted anything else, I know some people posted like big snow maps showing like 20 inches of snow in the Northeast and stuff like that. And actually, there is a winter storm coming, but it's not going to be near that degree. And it will not be in the Northeast. It'll be back over in really mainly the Northern Plains and the Midwest. Hey, Diane for the super chat, and also Timothy for the super chat. I see a small couplet approaching OKC. I don't see really any couplets right now. Most of this is fairly weak when it comes to rotation. But again, this is kind of the crunch time now. We got about 15 minutes until these storms are actively in Oklahoma City, Edmond, and Guthrie. And so we'll see if anything does try to wrap up here. From our knowledge, this line has not produced any tornadoes up here today. Obviously, that doesn't mean it's not going to, but it has no history of producing any embedded tornadoes in this line. And for the most part, it looks mostly like wind. We check out the terminal radar site. I mean, there is at least a sign of very weak convergence over near Mustang. So going towards Moore and the Will Rogers World Airport, we'll have to keep an eye on this. But nothing that stands out to me right now that makes me think we're going to have a tornado. But this will be the area to watch for, north of Tuttle. We still have a pretty strong surge of wind down near Lawton. There's been some rotation on this, very weak rotation northwest of Central High, heading towards Rush Springs and Lindsay. We still have 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds impacting Wichita Falls and the Seymour area, north and west there of Archer City. Then down to the west of Abilene, Texas, we have 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds happening right now near Roby and Sweetwater. Got to stay away from windows if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. It's been pretty significant here for quite some time. There's a couple of live shots right along the highway near Roscoe. I'm not sure if any of them have anything. I'm trying to see if we can get a camera that has a view of this, but there are a couple. Yeah, look at this, actually. This is live right now in Stillwater. You can see the camera shaking a lot. You can see the lights there, and there's somebody actually pulled over. Look at how high the winds are. So this is over to the west of Stillwater, or Sweetwater, near Roscoe, Texas. The storm is producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now. This is also a skyline view of that wind picking up. Got a lot of cars out there. If you are a truck driver right on I-20 near Roscoe or Sweetwater, I'd definitely be pulling over. Got a few semis out there. Last thing you want tonight is a flipped over semi. See the lightning too there. We got a little shelf cloud, it looks like, in the middle of your screen. Keep that bottom middle of your screen. The wind's definitely picking up right now. This is producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Diane with the super chat says, how's the weather look for Weatherford this evening? I think most of Dallas-Fort Worth will have an isolated damaging wind risk overnight. Bex with the super chat says, wasn't there a huge ice storm going on in the upper Midwest today? There's going to be two. There's one today, and then there's going to be one on, I think, Friday and early Saturday. Back over to Oklahoma City. Got a new radar scan coming in. We'll see if there's any rotation. Actually, the ice storm begins it kind of begins really late tonight, but it's going to go into tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the bigger day. And then we'll have another one Friday into Saturday. Basically 2 separate ones over there in the Midwest. Hearing the word winter storm in April is not rare, by the way. It does happen from time to time. Look at the camera shaking here. Got a lot of people on the roadway still. There's a shelf cloud back here. You can't really see it, but there is a shelf cloud rolling in. This camera is probably about 40, 50 feet off the ground, so it actually has a pretty good view here of this severe storm right now over in Sweetwater, Texas. Nothing too crazy right now. That's one of our best shots of that storm right now. We saw some pretty intense winds along the US Highway 84 stretch there. So the highest winds are going to be right along US Highway 84. I think that camera will likely see a lot more of that wind here in a minute because the highest winds are right here. The camera's right here. So I think we're still a few minutes away from seeing a big surge of wind, but it'll be interesting to see what happens there in just a few minutes. Still a very weak area of rotation right now near Oklahoma 65 heading towards Rush Springs. The velocities are being measured at nearly 60 miles per hour, so it's right on the cusp right now of a severe thunderstorm warning. All it takes is 58 mile per hour winds, pretty close to that. Granted, that's probably not reaching the ground, but not far from it. We are still monitoring this area here for at least a low tornado risk as this line makes its way into Oklahoma City and more. It's a small area of convergence trying to come together there. Not really a whole lot of rotation on the north side of Oklahoma City. It's mostly damaging winds. Not seeing much rotation there. We've got several storms that are trying to rotate off to the west of Tulsa. Got the one that was near Cleveland. That one's struggling, but there's a storm near Pawnee that has been rotating broadly for the last really 45 minutes. It started near Stillwater and has now moved up into Morrison. There's also a broad area of rotation near Covington. But again, nothing has... we've really only seen maybe one tornado today. Maybe two over in Texas, and that was it. But there is definitely rotation on this storm near Covington. Not enough for a tornado warning, but definitely not far from it. The one near Morrison is not anywhere close to it right now. We are back down to 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. All of the warnings right now are in Texas or Oklahoma. We have one in Missouri, and then that's it. And that one in Missouri is right now for 60 mile per hour winds heading up towards Windsor, west of Lincoln. Should we be worried in Newcastle, Oklahoma? There's no reason to be worried. Just make sure that you're, you've already taken the proper precautions and get ready. And there's not even a severe warning anymore for Oklahoma City. They've gone ahead and allowed the previous severe warning to expire. So there's no active severe warnings right now. But if we were to get one, it would be for this area here. That's where the highest winds are located. And we also have a little bit of convergence, which again may lead to a tornado risk. Waiting for the radar update here. Thank you, Bieber, for becoming a member. Is Illinois cooked for tomorrow? I wouldn't say it's cooked. Cooked is pretty strong. I think there will be problems, but I would not say cooked. As a reminder, by the way, we will be live again on Friday for the same exact area. So if you guys do live in Oklahoma and Texas, make sure that you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. I do want to remind you again, there's going to be more severe weather coming here. Like, we got another big day of severe weather on Friday. I think Friday, again, will be a lot more significant than what we're seeing here today. I would say right now what we're seeing is nowhere near the intensity of what we're going to see on Friday. I think Friday is going to be a very severe squall line, and that could lead to multiple tornadoes and definitely an elevated risk, too, of damaging winds. I don't think it'll be nearly as much of a hail day, but definitely more of a wind day and a tornado day. There is still rotation southwest of Rush Springs. It's been going for the last like 35, 40 minutes. Nothing's come out of it. You can see it on both radar sites, though. This little area of convergence, pretty close to where Storm Chaser Edgar O'Neill is located, east of Elgin. At least going to mark a little low-end tornado potential over the next 30 minutes, heading up towards Chickasha, west of Lindsay. Got another radar scan coming in. We'll wait for that. I'm mortified about tomorrow near Chicago. Again, I would not be panicking. Just have ways to receive alerts. Have our stream on too tomorrow. We're going to be live most of the afternoon and evening. As long as there is a tornado risk, we'll be live. So again, we only go live when there is an active risk of significant severe weather. That's when we go live. And we will obviously be live whenever there's an increasing tornado risk tomorrow. Hey, Sherry, from coming a member. Latest scan for the Oklahoma City storms. We still got gusty winds moving into Mustang and Yukon. It's basically paralleling here, Oklahoma 4. And if you're in Oklahoma City, we got about 5-10 minutes until this is right in downtown. I'm going to update the speed of these storms here so we can kind of time this out here. Here's kind of the general timing. So Oklahoma City says 9:41. I don't know about that, but within the next 10 to 15 minutes, you guys should be getting hit by the at least damaging wind potential. Still got a little bit of broad rotation west of Perry, got a little bit near Pawnee, and then back over near Tulsa, Oklahoma. There's no active risk of severe weather in Tulsa, but north of Tulsa, we are still experiencing a 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat, some quarter-sized hail, a lot of lightning, but no active, really significant tornado threat. Got another video sent in from Burke Burnett, Texas, of some of the rain and wind that was rolling in here earlier. And if you guys do have any photos and videos from tonight's storms, you guys can send it in to us, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We had this gust-nado over in Will Barger County, Texas, not too long ago. This was over in Oklahoma Union around 7:20, so about 2 hours ago. This was in Custer County a little while ago, too. Well, they have gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning. This one's not going to be for Oklahoma City, but it's going to be southwest of Oklahoma City. It's that area of storms we've been talking about for a while that has been we've at least seen a little bit of rotation on. So that is just to the south there of Interstate 44, where we have a pretty intense area of damaging winds making its way up towards Rush Springs. There is a couplet here, guys. I mean, it's rotating. West of or east of Elgin. Let me check out the Lawton radar site again. It doesn't look that crazy, but it's been rotating this entire time. There's a little inflow on the north side, and we got this little hook that's developed. Again, this has been rotating for about 20-30 minutes. At no point has it produced a tornado from our knowledge, but if you're near Ninecaw or as well as Chickasha or Rush Springs, definitely get ready for significant damaging winds here. 60-mile-per-hour winds moving off to the northeast. And down the line, this could impact Norman. Keep in mind that these storms here west of Norman are mainly moving off to your north, and then this here would be the big concern. And then over in Oklahoma City, again, mainly looking at damaging winds. We've got a very weak convergence signature near Mustang, but nothing that looks tornadic right now. Yeah, definitely watch this here. Rush Springs, definitely be alert right now. Somebody put something else in slot 1 and 3. Shout out to Bieber with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. Here's the latest radar scan. So again, big surge of wind right now near Sterling. Then back up in Oklahoma City. Got gusty winds moving in. Nothing severe here right now, but gusty winds are making their way in. We're going to put the Oklahoma City camera bottom left of your screen. Lightning is quickly upticking in Texas. That's on that Sweetwater, Texas camera, where there's 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. On left camera will be downtown OKC. And stream relays, does that camera exist still? We can look it up on YouTube. I have no clue if that exists. Apparently that's in Oklahoma City too. Thank you, Spooky, for the super chat. Do you think Stillwater's still at risk tonight? I would say yes. The main concern should be wind, but there is a low tornado risk. Again, at this point, I think it's a very low tornado risk with this line. It's not 0 though. But we are going to see this line in about 30 minutes or so for Stillwater. Can Norman sleep tonight? I would not go to bed quite yet. I mean, you can go to bed, just have ways to receive alerts. Again, if you want to check out Max Alert, you'll get a phone call from me if you're included in a severe or a tornado warning. You can check that out. It's maxalert.net. So again, if there is a warning, you'll at least get notified that way. But I would not go to sleep yet, in my opinion, if you're in Oklahoma or Oklahoma City or Norman. We don't have like an active tornado risk like happening now, but we have this big area of wind, and that is going to go into Norman and Purcell and Lindsay. And assuming it continues, we could easily see 60, 70, even 80 mile per hour winds from this thing. It's been pretty intense here for the last half hour. And it is still trying to produce a QLCS tornado threat. We do have a large severe thunderstorm warning for Wichita Falls, Texas. That'll be for 60 mile per hour winds. So if you guys are over in Wichita Falls, I know we have a lot of people from Wichita Falls. Get ready for a significant wind threat. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot there in Wichita Falls. Bottom middle is in Sweetwater, Texas. But the wind is going to definitely get pretty intense here in about 10, 15 minutes or so for Wichita Falls. If we time out this storm, and this is pretty approximate, but Wichita Falls, right in the next 20 minutes, we should be seeing damaging winds. We got about 20 minutes for Wichita Falls. We got about 30 minutes, 35 minutes for Dean, Petrolia, and Byers, kind of in northern Clay County there. Will be about 45 minutes from now. Hey, Bella, for the super chat. Shout out to Wolves also for the $20 super chat. What about Max Alert in Arizona? I don't know what you'd get Max Alert in Arizona for. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. Like Max Alert, I feel like is useful in almost every state east of the Rockies. I think if you're over in Arizona, I don't even know if you would ever get a phone call from me. If you're in Arizona, I don't know if there's any use. Out of curiosity, for those that are signed up for Max Alert, what state are you guys in? Let me know in the chat. I'm curious. Dust Devils in Arizona. I don't even know if you get a phone call for that, though. Got Oklahoma, Texas, Iowa, Arizona. We got apparently somebody in Arizona, Virginia, New York, Massachusetts, Michigan, Missouri, North Carolina. I honestly, every state that I'm seeing right now is pretty valid. I don't see any like west of the Rockies other than Arizona. We got a lot of people in Oklahoma and Texas that have Max Alert. There's no way somebody from Los Angeles signed up. I don't know. I don't know. Like California can sometimes see some surprise severe events like overnight. It actually might be a bit more valid there for Los Angeles. If you're in like Las Vegas though, if you're in Alaska, I don't know what you need it for. Thank you, Tony, for the $10 super chat. Thanks for the great coverage. Proud Weather Geek here, tuning in from Wetumpka, Alabama. Hopefully I pronounced that name right. Appreciate you tuning in. Over in Oklahoma City, we are about 5 to 10 minutes away from at least 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts making their way into the city. They are now crossing over Interstate 344. That's what it looks like live right now in Sweetwater, Texas, where we've had a lot of lightning here over the last few minutes and 60 mile per hour winds making their way in. This is also a live shot in Oklahoma City as the line of thunderstorms approaches. We'll have a very good shot, I think, of that shelf cloud in about 5-10 minutes. Somebody just said Bartlesville had a power flash. So we're getting a report from somebody in the chat of a power flash in Bartlesville. Is the alert based on your phone's GPS location? It's actually really cool. If you guys want to get Max Alert, it's maxalert.net. I'm going to show you guys real quick what it is, though. It basically is a service. It's very cheap. It's basically a McDonald's meal a year. And it'll be for your exact location, so your exact address, and you won't get false alarms. So if you are included in a tornado warning from the National Weather Service, you will get it for your exact location. So let's just say let's say you're in the severe warning here. All right, let's say you live right here. You're not going to get the warning. Most weather apps will alert you of a tornado warning. And let's say this is a tornado warning right here. Like most apps will alert you that you're under a tornado warning, even though you're not. Max Alert takes that guesswork basically out of it. And so you will only be alerted if you're actually in the warning. So it's pretty cool. It's right down to your exact location. It is the top link in the description below if you want to check it out. All right, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation in northern Oklahoma. Again, Oklahoma City really is the big concern right now. I wouldn't say this is that concerning, but we got gusty winds. This here is the most concerning area of thunderstorms right now. We are still watching for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds making their way up to Blanchard, Ninka, as well as Rush Springs. Rush Springs about to get hit by this in the next 5 minutes. Let me put a little timing guide on this. Moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So if we time this out here, a large polygon. All the timestamps will be on the left side of your screen there. So that is for the 60-mile-per-hour wind threat. There could be a tornado risk with this too. Nothing right now happening. There's at least a low tornado risk with this. Hey, Horizon for the $10 super chat. When are you going to start covering tornado quakes? Tornado quakes. Hey, Caleb for the super chat. Your sleep schedule must be cooked during peak severe season. It is literally cooked. It is the most cooked sleep schedule that exists. It is terrible. Just signed up for Nebraska and Kansas. Nice. Got a lot of people signing up for Max Alert. Is the current Oklahoma City storm going to hit Tulsa? It will. Tulsa is going to get hit by this. Now, by the time these storms get to Tulsa, I don't know if they're going to be as intense as they are now, but they will at least be producing some level of some gusty winds. I wouldn't say that's really rotation, but we do have definitely a surge of damaging winds right now near Bethany and the Village. Perhaps a weak area of convergence near the Willie Post Airport on the northwest side of OKC. I don't think it's, again, that concerning, but we are monitoring it just in case something happens there. So it looks like, again, over in Oklahoma City, lightning is starting to uptick a little bit. Guys, we got Shame. Shame is back. There is a car parked under an overpass. This right here. Right here. I have to get the teleprompter to work. That right there. There is a car parked under the overpass. This is the one thing that you should not be doing. Screen probably froze for a second. Be good now. Plug in another mod. There's a car, though, parked under that overpass. Yeah, Shame spam in the chat. Oh, wrong mic. Yeah, Shame spam in the chat for that car being parked under our overpass. This is on the west side of Oklahoma City. This is near I-40. I can't believe people in Oklahoma City don't know better. Somebody keep an eye out on these cameras for people parking under overpasses. There's at least one car there. There might actually be two. There's at least, there's a couple here. There are a couple that are parked under this overpass. Now I'm blocking it. It's right here. Shame. If there is anything, you put it in slot number 2. There are a lot of overpasses, so we're keeping an eye on them. For any people that are parking illegally during a severe storm under overpasses. Here's the latest radar scan. We still have a weak area of rotation north of Bethany, mostly looking at gusty winds, though, surging into Oklahoma City. And then again, the big threat right now is going to be this right here near Rush Springs with 60-mile-per-hour winds racing to the northeast. Again, Ninka's in the path of this. Also, Chickasha, Lindsay, just west of Maysville. All right, we got 60-mile-per-hour winds coming directly towards you guys right now. If you're in Wichita Falls, we're about to get hit by 60-mile-per-hour winds in the next few minutes. So get ready for that. We have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning back over in Missouri. This one's going to be south of Sedalia near Lincoln and Cole Camp. So we got a weak area of rotation right now near Leesville that is going to be moving towards Lincoln, Cole Camp, just south of Missouri 52. So if you're in the severe warning, you need to be staying alert right now. Cole Camp and Lincoln, Missouri. If you guys got friends or family in this severe warning, alert them, because they might be going to sleep or they might already be sleeping. It's a real concern that, again, people are going to sleep right now. It's getting late. This tornado possible severe warning is going to be for Benton County, Missouri. We also have a pretty significant flash flooding risk ramping up from Warrensburg, Missouri, down into Mound City. Over the last couple of hours, we have seen around 1/2 inch to 2.5 inches of rain, and another 1 to 3 inches is coming. So flash flooding coming a threat. If you're traveling along I-49, definitely stay safe. Also Missouri 7, but the low-lying areas off these highways are going to be the bigger concern. Looks like that car that was parked under the overpass on that bottom right camera is now gone. Look at this Boeing segment that's developing near Bartlesville. Got a pretty defined area of damaging winds now north here at Tulsa, going towards Nowata. It's become very organized here recently. That storm that was trying to rotate is kind of falling apart north of Tulsa. Looks like a lot of cool air is starting to surge out in front of that thunderstorm. And the storm near Pawnee has gotten broader for rotation. Most of the storms in northern Oklahoma are not as strong as before. But we do have a pretty significant wind threat now moving into Oklahoma City. There's a live shot bottom left of your screen. We should have a pretty good view of the wind here soon. I'd say the worst wind threat, though, is still to the west of Lindsay. There's also a pretty significant one in Wichita Falls that's coming up. And then off to the west of Abilene. Wow. Might actually have upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds here. Southwest of Merkel. You're over in Abilene, Texas. You got to watch that closely. Velocities on radar are being measured almost at 70, or actually they are being measured over 70 miles per hour. Got a few segments there. 73-mile-per-hour velocity signature there going right towards Abilene. Merkel and Ty. There will be a live shot of this coming up. We also got some cameras along I-20. This is a live shot over in the United Rescue Alliance camp in Berkeley, which is just south of Abilene. I'm also going to change the bottom middle camera, or that camera bottom right there. That will be live in Wichita Falls. So we should have a pretty good view of the wind coming up in a moment. Thank you, Brad, for becoming a member. We've had no damage reports out of Wichita Falls yet. Guys, do you have any photos or videos? You can send it in to us at reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is a photo that was sent in from Wichita Falls, Texas, just a few moments ago from one of our viewers over here. Some of the lightning out in the horizon. And again, if you guys have any photos or videos of these thunderstorms, any sort of damage photos, anything like that, you can send it in to us. You might be featured on stream. There's a QR code. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. That wind is now beginning to surge into the southwest side of Wichita Falls. I haven't seen anything too crazy in Wichita Falls yet. This is looking directly to the west on US Highway 82. Velocities on radar don't look very impressive, but we'll see if the wind is actually getting to severe levels. Roads are definitely wet, though. It's moist. Thank you, Kara, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Also, Metal for the $20 super chat. How's it been a year after you graduated? Has it been super weird not being in the normal college routine? I was wondering if others my age felt the same. It's definitely weird. I kind of realized it recently, but it's kind of like suddenly, all of a sudden, I'm like going live a lot. I don't have any like priorities really outside of doing the weather stuff, so it's nice. But it also gives me more ability to work on stuff and big projects that we have going on this year. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning near Perry, Oklahoma. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That is making its way up towards Billings and Red Rock. I believe that one was issued just a few minutes ago. We have had a quarter-sized hail report coming out of Cleveland from a little under an hour ago. It's in Pawnee County. That is now the storm that is making its way up into Bartlesville and Nowata as a pretty intense damaging wind threat now. Going right along US Highway 60. Abilene doesn't have any hail coming. Yeah, Abilene, you guys aren't looking at really hail. It's going to be a more of a wind threat. Very significant surge of wind, though, heading directly towards Abilene. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot in Oklahoma City. That camera is located right about here. So we are going to see probably some at least gusty winds in a minute. I wouldn't say damaging winds. Special weather statement for Oklahoma City does continue for 4 more minutes. Looking at gusty winds around probably 45 miles per hour or so. Hey, Clevi for the super chat. Is there going to be much tornadic activity in the Fort Worth area overnight? I don't think so. Let me kind of time out the storms for tonight. Just kind of give you an idea of when storms will be arriving to your location. This is what it looks like basically right now. It's 10 o'clock Central. Timestamps at the top of your screen. Again, thunderstorms stretching from Columbia into San Angelo. 11 o'clock, those storms will be pushing into Midwest City. Tulsa will eventually get some of these storms. We'll have a pretty significant band of storms down near San Angelo and Abilene, and then by midnight, this line will continue to push to the east. So it'll be going right along Interstate, I believe that's Interstate 40, going in the direction of Fort Smith. There will mostly be a damaging wind threat with all these segments, but if we do get any kinks in the line, there is a risk of a tornado. Obviously, this picture here is right around 12 o'clock. It's going to be when most people are going to be sleeping. So not many of you guys are going to be up by this point, but again, wind is going to be the big concern. By 1 to 2 o'clock, this line will begin to weaken as it moves into a less unstable environment. Basically, more stable air out in front of it is going to lead to this line of thunderstorms beginning to collapse. It will likely still produce some isolated damaging winds by about 2 o'clock. It will also be producing the risk of maybe a brief tornado. But I think by 3 to 4 in the morning, most of this line is falling apart. And then anywhere beyond like 4 or 5, everything's kind of dying. But over the Dallas-Fort Worth area, our storms aren't probably going to arrive until at least 1 o'clock. It's going to be a while. So that's why I urge you to have ways to receive warnings. And again, if you need an extra way to receive weather alerts, definitely check out Max Alert. It works everywhere in the United States. And one of the places that I definitely recommend getting it in would be Texas and Oklahoma, as these places see constant severe weather. That way you get a phone call if you actually are under any sort of warning. And then tomorrow, again, could be a big day over here in the Midwest. We could have multiple tornadoes, maybe even a tornado outbreak. Tomorrow could be a big day. Thank you, Newsom, for becoming a member, and also Brad for becoming a member. What's tomorrow's forecast? We'll talk more in detail about tomorrow's forecast in a few minutes. But we'll also have a video tomorrow morning talking all about it too. We have a report out of Osage County, Oklahoma, that there are some downed and live power lines from some of these severe storms. And again, do not get close to downed lines. It is very dangerous. Hey, cargo for the super chat. Joplin area tonight, mainly a wind threat. Low severe threat. Anybody know of any like restaurants or like places that have good healthy meals at about 11 o'clock on a Wednesday? Anybody? I need to get something healthy. Sick and tired of the fried food. I need something else. How in the world does Dairy Queen have salads? Breaking news to me. Taco Bell? Bro, there's no way we just said Taco Bell. We now have a tornado possible severe warning in Oklahoma. That one's going to be near Bartlesville. So we are now monitoring at least a low tornado potential right now near Bartlesville, Ochalata, and going towards Nowata. That'd be for that right there. It's going to be near US Highway 60. Not enough for a tornado warning, but a little bit of rotation there. Moving to the northeast. Give me a Caesar salad from Wawa. Is the Caesar salad at Wawa good? Anybody know? The chicken one? You can get the chicken one. Hey, Otter for the super chat. Anything to worry about in Illinois? Not tonight, but tomorrow for sure. Make your factor meal. I only do that before and after streams. It's hard to do it during a stream. My microwave is nowhere near me. Yeah, microwave in the weather studio. We have a mini fridge in the weather studio. We have a little water system too off to this side of the wall. No, this weather studio, by the way, is like 12 by 12. It's not a big room. For those that are not aware, this is not a very large room whatsoever. I'm gonna give you guys a little tour real quick. Hey. We don't have any active tornado warnings. I want to give you guys a quick little tour. It's not really anything crazy, but... All right, we got the green screen here. Green screen microphone. Light. Teleprompter. And then got some, like, signs on the wall over here. We got my YouTube play buttons that are now blocked by the green screen. And then a bunch of sound panels. We put those up here recently. And a lot of you guys sent in fan mail. All the stuff over here is fan mail that you guys have sent in. So we have a lot of fan mail that we get. That's not all of it, but that's some of like the cooler things I've kind of put on this little thing there. And we got the cat tower, which is around the corner. There's a mini fridge over here, and then the water filter thing is there. So pretty cool. Where's Riley? He's here. He's trying to order me a salad. Did anybody say, does Wawa have good salads? Anybody know? What is that? Max Velocity, home of the gritty? Yeah, somebody sent me that sign like a year ago. Hey, Tucker for the super chat. Can you look at only Texas? I'm scared. Let me look at only. Only Texas. I think you guys are going to be okay. I think mainly looking at some gusty winds. Not looking at any imminent tornado threat, some lightning, but mainly gusty winds over there. Hey, Sizzle for the super chat. When is Houston going to get rain? Probably Saturday, but outside of that, there's not much rain coming. The good news, though, for those in Oklahoma and Texas, we got like 2 to 3 inches of rain coming just over the next few days. A lot of beneficial rain is a-coming. When is Houston? Oh, I just read that. Estrell's with Super Chat says, I just signed up for Max Alert. Instructions super easy to follow. I'm going to tell my whole family to sign up. Thank you and have a great night. Well, I appreciate you signing up. And yeah, I think, again, Max Alert's going to make a big difference whenever we have big weather events, especially overnight. Like, I can't stress it enough. There have been so many overnight threats of severe weather that have happened that people are not always aware of. Like, it happens from time to time. Like, I wish we had Max Alert last year. Like, Max Alert would have been so helpful last year when we had that big tornado, that PDS tornado warning that happened over here near Choctaw and Midwest City. But I'm really glad we have that as a thing now. All right, let's go back down to the south. Wichita Falls right now. We are starting to see that damaging wind band come through. I don't know if anybody's tuning in right now from Wichita Falls. I know we have some of you guys in the Wichita Falls area. Is anybody really seeing anything crazy out there? Is it really windy? Doesn't really look really windy. There was a 62-mile-per-hour wind gust measured in Mankins, Texas. Velocities on radar look fairly weak, though. I just said Walmart salads are good. We aren't even talking about Walmart salads. A lot of lightning in Wichita Falls. Not windy in Wichita Falls. All right, well, it sounds like the, I mean, we must have had a strong downburst. Basically meaning the winds came down really quickly and then spread out near the surface. Probably didn't last very long into Wichita Falls. It does not look very impressive on velocities right now. Somebody just said I got Max Alert number 4 for the day. I think 4 calls is crazy. Hey, Dylan for becoming a member, and Kegel for the super chat. Ready for weathered hit sulfur. That's what the super chat says. Have you had time to see Project Hail Mary yet? I feel like I have. At some point. I don't know when. You have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Texas for Sanford and Anson for 60-mile-per-hour winds. if you're over in Abilene, we're going to get a severe warning here soon. Abilene, Texas, you guys got to be ready for a pretty significant patch here of damaging winds. We're looking at 60+ mile/hour winds right now, making their way up into Abilene, Merkel, Ty, and Hawley. Velocities right now on radar are almost 70 miles per hour. So I would anticipate that we will be getting a severe warning for Abilene here at any moment. This could easily knock down some trees and power lines and send those trampolines flying. If we go over to our website here for Abilene, Texas. This is Abilene, Texas weather forecast basically for the next few hours. The risk score is a 5 out of 10 for today for weather, but our trampoline risk is apparently low. I would definitely not agree with that. I got to fix the trampoline risk. I think something happened to it. Actually, I think what happened is that our new SPC outlooks came out and it's not measuring it right. We're going to have to fix that. We're going to fix the trampoline risk on our website. I know some people want us to add like a trampoline risk map, and we're definitely going to do that. It's going to be basically with SPC outlooks and also wind gusts combined. But there could be some flying trampolines around Abilene in the next hour. That door is way too open. Yeah, let in some cool air in here. It's getting too hot. Shout out to Maddie for becoming a member. Got strong storms making their way through Oklahoma City right now. It has not really been too windy here in Oklahoma City. That's Wichita Falls there. This is Oklahoma City on the railway camera. Been fairly calm. So, not much happening there in Oklahoma City. Some lightning. This is what it looks like at Wichita Falls. Got heavy rain coming down still. Could have some localized flooding. And then no cars under that overpass anymore. I don't know why anybody would have been under an overpass, like with this non-severe area of thunderstorms in Oklahoma City. We got 60-mile-per-hour winds once again heading up towards Lindsay, Purcell, and Norman. We still have a tornado possible severe warning over near Dewey, east of Bartlesville, in Oklahoma. That's moving towards Delaware and Nowata. I would expect they'll issue a new severe warning here soon going towards Nowata, just south of Coffeyville. We're mainly looking at a 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat, low tornado risk. They also did remove the tornado possible tag from the severe warning in Missouri. So Colt Camp and Lincoln, looks like you guys are going to be avoided by that storm, but east of Windsor, 60-mile-per-hour winds are on the table. What our Otio with Super Chat says, sending this to you so you can try Bulldog Carbonara Ramen. I've never even had ramen in my life. Maddie asks if I can go to sleep in Weatherford. I think you can go to sleep. Just have ways to receive alerts. Estrella, thank you for becoming a member. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in a pretty large area, very populated area. That's going to be for Abilene, Texas. Merkel, right along I-20. This is only for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. With that said, I really wouldn't be surprised if we had winds higher than that. Bottom middle of your screen is a live shot looking in the direction of that storm. That is right along Interstate 20, looking west from Abilene. And again, this storm is producing, I would think, probably closer to 70-mile-per-hour winds. I think 60 is it's a little generous. I think 70 is possible. You can see on the left there, a lot of lightning, obviously. But this is a shelf cloud that is now pushing towards Abilene. Shelf cloud going all the way across the sky here. And that is now pushing towards Abilene. So if you're in Abilene, Texas, again, we got to be staying away from windows. Be on the lowest floor possible. And put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, because we could have 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds making their way into Abilene with a pretty intense-looking thunderstorm here. Lots of lightning, too, illuminating skies with pretty light traffic on I-20 right now. I always send an email. If you want to send an email or contact us, there's a contact page on our website. We don't really check our actual email, so I would not really email me. Max needs a suit. Now, people say that, but I don't know. I kind of like rocking the t-shirt. Maybe nicer pants. I think that'd be the main thing. Nicer pants. How do you send mail? There is a fan mail address in the description. There's a little bit of rotation attempting to develop right now west of Abilene. I wouldn't say it's too concerning right now. There's not a whole lot of inflow, but we do have a little area of surging winds with this storm now moving towards Abilene. So we have to monitor at least a low tornado potential. I'd say it's a very low chance right now, but definitely not zero if you're in Abilene. Definitely stay alert. Don't really have anything right now in Oklahoma City that looks too concerning. We do have a new severe warning in northern Oklahoma near South Coffeyville, Nowata. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is also a tornado possible tag on that. That is west of Miami. Right now with the $20 super chat says, thanks for the update. We're in Moore, Oklahoma. Appreciate you tuning in. And if I can help you guys over more, thank you, Lisa, for becoming a member. Please don't do a suit. Everybody's saying don't do a suit. I don't know if I could wear a suit. I don't have like an AC unit specifically for this room. So I would have to literally get an AC unit for this room and actually have it cold enough. And it's never cold enough. It's like always at least 73 in here or 74. That's just way too hot for a suit. And even then, I don't really feel like wearing one. I like the shirt vibe, and at least is more comfortable. And on top of that, I think the only thing I'd ever do is probably nicer pants, at least in the near term. They have issued a new severe warning here along the Texas and Oklahoma border for Temple, Waurika, Comanche. This also includes Clay County in Texas, just north and east here of Wichita Falls for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So if you're in Cotton, Jefferson, Stevens, Tillman counties in Oklahoma, or in Clay or Wichita counties in Texas, you got to be staying away from windows until this line of thunderstorms passes by. Wichita Falls, I think, has been under like 4 or 5 separate severe warnings today. If you have max alert in Wichita Falls, you've probably been getting spammed with notifications. The nonstop severe storms. We got to watch Abilene, Texas here closely too. We got pretty intense winds coming towards you guys right now. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot looking towards this storm right now in Abilene. And we got a lot of lightning off to the west, but also the winds will be pretty strong here in a few minutes on that camera. If you guys have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us. QR code's on your screen. It's also on our website. Somebody was asking about Missouri, and just a little quick update on Missouri. There's nothing really severe at this point. We got one warning, and that one's probably not going to continue for much longer. A lot of strong storms out there. Lots of lightning. We got a little bit of hail maybe embedded in some of the stronger thunderstorms to the south of Warrensburg. Flooding risk is increasing from Warrensburg back into Mound City. But otherwise, there's not really a whole lot going on. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in Maryland. It's south of Prince Frederick near Leonardtown for quarter-sized hail. For the record, there was a severe risk there today. It was mostly supposed to be afternoon hours, but it's now about to be 11 o'clock in Maryland, and we got a severe storm over there. Update for tomorrow's storms in Illinois. There isn't much of an update, really. I mean, we've kind of talked about it a little bit here on the stream, but I do think tomorrow has the potential to be possibly a significant tornado outbreak. And if things go right tomorrow, in terms of our environment, and everything actually is the way that it could, like that, if we get to the ceiling of tomorrow's event, we could easily have a tornado outbreak. That is the tornado threat for tomorrow. And I have a very high confidence that we are going to have a tornado on stream tomorrow at some point. Don't know when, but I have a high confidence of it. So we have a 10% tornado risk. This is higher than today for a very populated area, by the way. And we are going to be live covering this. So you need to make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified for when we go live. And also make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook for updates on this. And we'll obviously have a video tomorrow morning too talking about it. But tomorrow looks like a pretty significant day of severe weather. And we still have a 5% tornado risk for tonight. This is tonight's tornado threat. Tony with the super chat says you're going to wear a green t-shirt tomorrow for the green screen. I hope not. Actually, I should have worn one today. I didn't even think about it. I don't really have anything that's green though. Like low-key, I don't know if I have anything green. It's actually kind of unfortunate. I don't know where I might have something green. I know somebody sent me a fan mail t-shirt or something green a while ago. Wolves with the super chat asked about Western Ohio tomorrow. Isolated damaging winds. Got Cheese Curd. She's here. Hey. He's actually been losing some weight. Thank you, John, for the super chat. Isolated hail, John. I wonder if this is enough. Put on the green screen real quick. I don't know if I have anything else that's really green. Probably I definitely have a green shirt somewhere. I'll have to find it. That'd be kind of funny though. Hey Rachel, for 10 months, we love cheese curd. Absolutely. I was gonna go find a green shirt, but I don't have anything nearby. This is what it looks like right now, west of Abilene. This is on Interstate 20. Looking westbound. A intense thunderstorm coming right now with 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds near Merkel. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking off to the west of San Angelo, Texas from KSJT. A little bit of an inflow notch here, matching up with some outflow as well. This could be a spin up tornado here as it heads towards Carlsbad.
Thank you for the update. So northwest of San Angelo near Water Valley and Carlsbad. Look at the velocities here. Actually pretty strong right now, at least going towards the radar. Velocities are up to nearly 80 miles per hour. So this is a pretty strong thunderstorm. And so if you're near Grape Creek or Carlsbad, we got to get ready for this. San Angelo, again, get ready. Pretty intense thunderstorm is going to be rolling in here soon. Thank you, Cubs fan, for the $10 super chat. Will the storms go east enough to Ardmore, Oklahoma? They will be hitting you tonight. We'll see if they're severe, but they'll at least you'll see storms to some degree tonight. All sorts of cameras there on the bottom of your screen. Two of them are the bottom, middle, bottom right are in Abilene. Hi, Cheeseburger. Cheeseburger keeps bumping into my leg. Got a new severe warning for Haskell and Throckmorton counties in Texas. This one's going to be for basically Haskell and north side of Throckmorton. So if you're in the severe warning, seek shelter. 60 mile per hour winds currently surging to the east. Could knock down some tree limbs. Bare minimum, stay away from windows just in case. Got a pretty intense area of wind now moving into Abilene. So Abilene, Texas, I'd be staying away from windows here. Got about 5-10 minutes until this is in Abilene. So still got a little bit of time if you need to get to your safe place. Hey, Mystic for the $10 super chat. Wichita County, Texas. Skywarn spotters measured a 100 mile per hour downburst about 30 minutes ago. Somebody look into that. Somebody look into the possible 100 mile per hour wind gust. Name Num for the super chat. I was in Southeast Wisconsin looking tomorrow. I don't know if Southeast Wisconsin is going to see much. I think it'll be more to your west, but any storms that might be producing a tornado could still produce a tornado threat through about, like, I don't know, maybe I don't know if they'll get to Chicago either being tornadic, but we'll have to wait and see. It depends on how. It'll really just depend on how the storms even do tomorrow. If there's not a whole lot of tornadoes off to your west, there probably won't be anything there at all. But if that area of thunderstorm stays organized, I definitely could see there being a tornado risk into southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. Tomorrow's kind of just a wait and see kind of day. I would say, like, if you're anywhere here or east, it's a low chance. Anything off to the west is higher. Storms will likely fall apart as they get closer to Lake Michigan. But tornado risk tomorrow looks, again, quite significant. Hey, Rebus for the super chat. Why was today such a bust, babe? Excuse me? Do not call me babe. I would say today was a bust. Or just say today underperformed. I mean, a bust would have been like we literally had no severe warnings. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody ever say babe in a message ever in this chat. That is actually terrible. Wichita, Kansas is just rain. Looks nasty on velocity. It's going to be just rain over there. Got Storm Chaser Tornado TRX over there right now. He's driving. He's not live, but he's driving through Wichita. He's a brand new chaser to our channel. First ever stream out there in the field. And you'll be with us throughout severe weather season. They just expanded the tornado watch in Texas for Baylor and Knox counties. So Baylor County and Knox County, or they canceled them, one of the two. I don't know what they did. What did they do? No, they did. All right, so they expanded the tornado watch, sounds like. So they expanded it north. It includes 2 more counties again. Hey, I know Naya for the super chat. Been watching you for almost 3 years, and it sure is different from now versus then. It really is. It's actually crazy. If you look back at any of our old streams, there's such a dramatic difference. It's pretty impressive how much different these streams are compared to what they used to be. We got a little bit of rotation once again west of San Angelo. Low tornado risk. If you're over in San Angelo, continue to stay alert. Hey, guy for the super chat. Stop calling me babe. How will St. Louis look tomorrow? Mainly looking at an isolated wind and maybe a tornado risk, but I think the risk will be more significant to your east. Sorry with the super chat. Appreciate that. I've never seen the word babe used that many times ever. My goodness. This might be the most shocked thing ever. They are not going to continue the severe warning south of Norman, but gusty winds are coming towards Norman and Purcell right now. North of Tulsa, near Bartlesville, we still have 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado possible tag, once again, is on the storm. Broad rotation north of Nowata. This will be moving towards Joplin and Carthage here soon. So if you live in Joplin or Carthage, get ready for that. How do you mispronounce babe? Oh my goodness. How do you I can mispronounce anything. I had somebody email me. I got an angry email the other day about how I couldn't pronounce things, and I would never be at the level of James Spann because I cannot pronounce cities. I can't disagree. I am pretty bad pronouncing names, but I am also covering literally the entire country. Like, I used to live in North Texas, right? I used to live in New Hampshire. I used to live in, I live in Florida, obviously, now. So I know how to pronounce most of those places. And I know how to pronounce most of the New England places, too, like Massachusetts. But once you get to nationwide weather coverage, it gets a lot harder. Because, like, every place is pronounced differently. Like, there's Nevada in Missouri, and there's Nevada in Iowa. Like, the pronunciations are all different, even though it's typed the same. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Texas, west of Bolinger. This is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar-sized hail. That is south of Robert Lee, where we actually had a tornado there last year. There's a big hail core on this thing. That's kind of come out of nowhere. So big hail core right now near Highway 208, going up towards US Highway 277. Winters and Bolinger, you guys are in the path of this, so get ready. Stay away from windows if you're in this warning. Shout out to Dave with the $20 super chat, saying I've been watching you for 1 year. Love the coverage. I live in North County, St. Louis, Missouri, preferably in Hazelwood area. Will storm get bad in my area? There won't be anything really tonight. Tomorrow, though, stay tuned to the channel. Tune in. We'll be live in case things get nasty. This is what it looks like right now in Abilene. You can see the wind picking up there on the bottom of your screen. We have 60 to 65 mile per hour winds making their way right along Interstate 20. This is in Abilene, Texas right now. Got a few people with their hazards on here on the interstate too. Got a couple of new severe warnings. We got one in Missouri. That is going to be off to the north of Osceola near Clinton. That'll be for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. You can see the green and reds kind of mixing together, but in my opinion, there's really not much of a tornado threat. That is moving off to the northeast right now, west of Lincoln. Guys, stop saying babe in the chat. Hey, Jess for the super chat. My mother has insisted since I was a kid, if you live next to a river or lake, then you're less likely to get hit by a tornado. Is there any truth to that? I wouldn't say so. It depends on a lot of things, but not necessarily. Because, I mean, we've had several tornadoes go right over rivers, go right over lakes. So, bro, this babe spam is actually driving me nuts. It's actually terrible. And stop saying happy birthday. It's not my birthday, guys. Not even close. It was about 2 months ago. Oh, goodness. Shout out to Mobius for the super chat. Thanks for keeping us safe, babe. All right. I guess my new name is just Babe. Honestly, I'll take it. If you are just tuning in, again, we have a few big storms going on right now from Texas into Missouri. West of Bolinger, again, big time hailstorm in Bolinger, Texas, or just west of it. Huge CC drop. Probably looking at upwards of tennis ball sized hail right now in this storm. It's only a word for $0.50, but I think the hail core here is definitely a lot more significant than that. Abilene, Texas is about to get hit by 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. The highest of those winds are near Hawley. That'll be tracking towards Albany here over the next 30 minutes. And then 60 mile per hour winds are stretching all the way from the west side of Albany, going towards Olney, Graham, and Archer City. They did expand the tornado watch for 2 counties. That's going to be for Seymour and Benjamin in Texas. Burke Burnett, Eureka, and Henrietta. We have another area of 60 mile per hour winds surging to the north and east. This is about the second or third time today that areas like Duncan are getting hit by some strong to severe thunderstorms. Look at this. This is live in Abilene, Texas. That's the shelf cloud right there. Got a huge shelf cloud right here. It's rolling in right now to Abilene. This is pushing to the east. Very low hanging clouds. Again, these are not tornadic. We got a lot of lightning and a shelf cloud now pushing into Abilene. That's a big time shelf moving in. This again live. Thank you, Airbus, for the super chat. And also, Trigger for the super chat. Do you think Joplin will get hit? I think Joplin will see at least a wind threat with that thunderstorm that's west of Miami right now in Oklahoma. You just see the shelf cloud, though, rolling in again here in Abilene. Rain's starting to pick up. You can see the wind picking up a little bit now too. If you look bottom right of your screen, that's the camera location, and this would be the leading edge of this line. So we got probably the outflow boundary now hitting the camera. So the wind gusts are probably around 30, 40 miles per hour. And then once this goes into, basically goes over the camera, we're going to start to see those downburst damaging winds. It's pretty fascinating. On this camera, the temperature has dropped over the last few minutes. It's dropping rapidly now. It's about 74 degrees. Dew point is climbing. It's about 62. Winds are gusting around 15 to 20 miles per hour. But it's about to get more intense as that shelf cloud pushes into town. Hey, Vex to the sewer chat. You should have a shelf in the background and make it look like a cloud so it can be the shelf cloud. It's actually a funny idea. Hey, Tui for the sewer chat. Can we call you Boo? Oh my goodness. Thank you, Heather, for becoming a member. This chat is absolutely shocked. Hey, Pitbull for the super chat. Tui also for the super chat. Might not be the babe, but he's our Boo. Dude. My goodness. I need my chicken Caesar salad to get here faster. This DoorDasher has been driving all over the place. This is again live in Abilene if you're just tuning in. Winds are continuing to increase. We'll keep that bottom middle of your screen, or bottom right of your screen. And live shot bottom right is going to be Abilene. The bottom middle one is on I-20 on the west side of Abilene. That camera's getting crazy actually right now. You can see obviously all the water droplets bouncing off of it, but that wind is getting crazy. My goodness. This camera's exploding in activity now. Oh my goodness. This babe thing is getting sent too far. What is this? Dude. Can we not? Back to Abilene. Okay, that's live in Abilene. We'll go back to the 3-cam view since it's kind of annoying to look at all the water droplets hitting the camera. All right, yeah, that's live in Abilene. Wind's getting pretty strong also in the bottom middle. That would be right here near Ty. Worst of the winds right now, moving right into downtown Abilene, around 60 to 65 miles per hour is the big concern. San Angelo might narrowly get missed by these pretty significant storms, but we are looking at an outflow boundary that's shooting down towards San Angelo, so some gusty winds will arrive in a few minutes. There's quite a bit of hail also south of Robert Lee. That's right around $50 to ping pong ball sized hail moving in the direction of Winters and Balinger. Over east of Wichita Falls, we have a 60 mile per hour damaging wind threat moving towards Duncan and Waurika that will eventually track towards Chickasha Nation. Oklahoma City, you guys are almost done. All right, so if you guys are tuning in from Oklahoma City, If you guys are tuning in from Chandler or Cushing, gusty winds again going to be the biggest concern here over the next 30 minutes. There is a ton of lightning. You can see all the lightning strikes here on the map. Lightning is very frequent right now, so there will be plenty of lightning for the next little while. Over to the north and west of Tulsa, we got a lot of storms over here. None of these are really tornadic. All of them are really rotating to some extent. I mean, some of these are broadly rotating at least. Got a little bit of broad rotation south of Bartlesville. Got another one west of Nowata. But again, nothing really that stands out to me that would make me think we're going to see a tornado anywhere in the next little while. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl is over in Joplin, Missouri right now. There's nothing happening here yet, but in about an hour, I think we'll at least have an isolated damaging wind risk heading in the direction of Joplin and also even Springfield. So get ready for that if you guys are tuning in from Joplin or surrounding areas. Hey, William, for the sewer chat. You know you're cooked when your DoorDash driver calls you babe. Goodness. Thank you, Jennifer, for sewer chat. How's your Texas look tonight? Get yourself something nice. I'm getting a chicken Caesar salad. I'm actually being healthy tonight for once. Apparently, I'm getting a raspberry lemonade. I had to meet the minimum threshold for DoorDash. So we are getting something healthy for dinner. Our only other severe warning outside of Texas and Oklahoma is in Missouri for Clinton. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Thank you, Airbus, for the super chat and sleep for becoming a member. How long is it going to stick around for? Severe weather should be going until at least midnight tonight, but maybe even into the early overnight hours. It's the main timeline for severe storms. And then obviously tomorrow could be an outbreak. Got another live shot in downtown Abilene. This one is, I don't know what direction this one's looking. It might be looking east. Or actually, that'd be either north or south. This is on US Highway 83. The wind's going to be picking up here in Abilene in just a moment. We got some pretty solid cameras here in Abilene. And all these are on the west side. This one is on I-20 at Arnold. So this one would be in some of the higher winds now. So we got about, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds here. It is approaching the Meadows Mobile Home Park. I'm going to put that camera on the bottom right of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. It's for basically all of the watch area where we do have a tornado watch right now. And they said that the severe threat is basically starting to wrap up and the need for a downstream watch is unlikely.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So they have mentioned basically that there will be some threat of severe weather overnight. Just a matter of, how significant it could be, which I don't think it'll be that significant, but there could be some isolated wind and hail and perhaps another tornado or two here over the next few hours. So if you're over anywhere basically from Grove, Oklahoma, all the way down to Abilene, and also near Dallas, Fort Worth, we need to be staying alert. I highly recommend if you guys are going to bed anytime soon, I know it's about 10:30, but if you are planning on going to sleep, I would have ways to receive alerts. Check out Max Alert. There's a link to that at the top of the description. That way you receive weather alerts if you are under any sort of weather warning tonight. We'll be live as long as needed. We're going to be live here at least for a little bit longer, probably for the next hour or so, maybe 2 hours, depending on how things are, going. But right now, the big concern is definitely damaging winds and maybe a low tornado risk. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. The National Weather Service in Norman issued a new warning for Noble, Slaughterville, and Purcell, just south of the University of Oklahoma, just south of Norman, for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Not really a whole lot of rotation on this. It's mostly straight-line damaging winds. But granted, straight-line damaging winds are still dangerous. So stay away from windows if you are in this warning, especially if you live near trees that are tall, because they could fall. Tall fall, that rhymed. I'm so creative. Thank you, Sleep, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Joe, for the super chat. I don't want to deal with a severe storm tonight. Can you do me a favor and just shift them a little to the north? I'll try my best. Got a few photos and videos that you guys have sent in today. This was a little earlier, but we did have a gust-nado in Will Barger County, Texas, just to the west of Wichita Falls, near Vernon. We also have had a couple of new photos and videos sent in. This one's from Mercer County, Illinois. There's actually been some lightning up there in Illinois, despite there not being a whole lot of severe weather. And then this over in Wichita Falls, Texas. Not a lot of wind, but we do have heavy rain. So localized flooding, definitely a threat around and in Wichita Falls tonight over in Wichita County. Hey, William, for the super chat. In Missouri, Columbia area, going to see anything tonight? A lot of storms, but not a whole lot of severe weather. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. So it looks like out there live in Abilene, Texas. Another one of the traffic cameras on the west side of Abilene. There might be a localized power outage somewhere on the west side of Abilene because a few of the cameras have gone down. Sometimes is weather related, not always, but sometimes is. Also, little heads up, west of San Angelo, we have a pretty definitive divergence signature here. So these are winds that are spreading out. Basically, what we're looking at is winds that are coming down from the supercell and spreading out once they hit the ground. So we're seeing that right now north of Murchison, heading in the direction of San Angelo. We also got some half-dollar size hail with this storm likely falling. It's warned for quarters, but probably $50 for the maximum hail threat right now. The worst of this thunderstorm is now making its way into Abilene. So the worst of the winds should be making their way now onto the east side of Abilene, near the Abilene Christian University. Not really a whole lot of rotation anywhere in Texas right now. Again, mostly straight line damaging winds. If you are in Oklahoma City, I think everybody in Oklahoma City can basically go to bed. Just have ways to receive alerts just in case. I'm mainly watching what's happening down here south of Norman for at least a low-end tornado risk. Very low-end. Mostly a wind threat, but maybe a low tornado risk. Got a very tiny area of convergence, maybe trying to come together, but not much. Hey, Mitch, for the super chat. Shout out to my wife, Shaynan, for keeping me telling me about your updates. All right, I thought I was reading that message wrong. It's not English, but I appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you also, Kyler, for the super chat. Is Abilene and Clyde in the all clear for tornadoes? I would say so. I mean, we got wind obviously rolling through, but nothing actively that is looking like it's going to produce tornadoes. I'm going to go ahead and kind of outline our tornado threat for tonight. All right, this is our tornado risk, right? Tornado risk is almost zero, pretty much zero, west of the white line here. If you're east of the white line, there is at least a low tornado risk. I don't think there is enough here to have a 5% tornado risk anymore. I think it should just be a 2%. Granted, that basically means like an isolated tornado is possible anywhere in this area, but I would definitely not say we're going to see that many more tornadoes. Maybe one somewhere. I do want to remind you guys, again, tomorrow we are going to have another significant day of severe weather. We have a 10% hatched tornado risk for tomorrow. Good to have a big day of severe weather here. It's going to be across areas near Chicago, Milwaukee, Springfield, Cedar Rapids, Davenport, Dubuque. I think tomorrow is going to be a big day of severe weather. I think we're going to have a possible tornado outbreak tomorrow. We'll have to see what the morning trends are, but assuming things go right and we actually have temperatures that are in the 70s and maybe even low 80s, tomorrow's going to be an all go for tornadoes. So it's going to be a big day. Not a slam dunk by any means, but it definitely looks significant. Tomorrow has the correct storm mode too for tornadoes. It should be more discrete, semi-discrete. Today's been a lot more linear. So I do think tomorrow could be a big day. For reference, these are your significant tornado parameter values for tomorrow. Go ahead and go to the 0Z model run. And there's going to be quite an environment here for rotating storms by as early as like lunchtime tomorrow in Missouri, but I don't think we're going to see a whole lot by lunchtime. I think we'll see our activity really uptick though by 3, 4, 5 o'clock near Davenport, St. Louis, southern Wisconsin, and back towards Chicago. But values in the 4 and 5 range are definitely high. Shout out to Kyle with the $10 super chat. We need a hey babe from Riley just once. That is a terrible idea. Hope you're doing well. Real question. Would you rather fly into an EF5 tornado or a Category 5 hurricane? Either way, you'll survive. Honestly, probably a hurricane. Hurricanes, in my opinion, are a little bit more interesting when it comes to the flying inability, I'd say. I don't know. I don't know if it would be possible with a tornado, though. I think a tornado would just be better if you're storm chasing it. Thank you much for the super chat. Third Monday of the week. Maybe the super chat is easier to read. Oh, no, you're good. You're good, man. Appreciate the super chat. Basically feels like Monday. It is a Wednesday, and we're going to go into Thursday tomorrow. Friday is going to be another big day of severe weather. Saturday could also feature severe weather. And then Sunday, I think things start to wind down. But we're right back to the same area on Friday. Tomorrow, it's going to move into the Midwest, but Saturday, we're going to move right back into the Great Plains. Here's a little forecast just for the next few days. So this is what it looks like, obviously, today. This is tomorrow. We got our low pressure system over the Midwest. Much more capable of producing tornadoes in the Midwest. Again, assuming our convection clears out fast enough tomorrow morning. And we'll have a video tomorrow morning talking all about this. So make sure that you click the bell icon so you're notified when we have that video. Friday, low pressure system moves over the Rockies. And then by the afternoon, we're going to have widespread thunderstorms from Texas into Minnesota. So more damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes are on the table for Friday. Saturday, I expect severe weather to continue again, basically anywhere from the Ohio Valley down to the Gulf Coast. I think it'll be pretty scattered on Saturday. I don't think it's going to be widespread, but damaging winds and a few tornadoes will be a possibility. And then Sunday, low severe risk along the East Coast. I don't think there's going to be much, though. I don't think the East Coast is going to really see much, but I'd say a low threat is possible. And then Monday, Tuesday next week are quiet, and then it will ramp up again probably by the middle and end of next week. What is that? Did I show that? I can? Okay. What are we doing on, like, this is set on Twitter. This is getting ridiculous. Max Velocity issued a max alert. Absolutely terrible. Wait, new severe thunderstorm warning for Duncan, Comanche, as well as Velma for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We should come out with a babe shirt. What do we think? Be a terrible idea. I don't know why anybody would ever wear that either. We have another severe warning in Kansas for 60-mile-per-hour winds near Coffeyville and Oswego. That was issued a few moments ago. Guys, we're not coming out with a babe shirt. That is a terrible idea. We have not had a new merch drop in such a long time either. Hey, Dylan, for the super chat, do you think convection will clear out in southern Wisconsin tomorrow? I think it will. It's just a matter of if the thermodynamics are there. I mean, again, the temperature would have to increase enough tomorrow afternoon, so. This might be an all-time low for severe weather coverage in our history. I'm not going to lie. We are hitting all-time lows right now when it comes to the commentary of this severe weather event. Turn into everybody spamming babe in the chat. Off topic, but we are now 92 subscribers away from 1.78 million. So if you're new to the channel, subscribe. We could hit it tonight. New severe thunderstorm warning for Norman, Oklahoma. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There have been some very weak attempts of convergence here, but nothing has actually become tornadic. Hey, Debbie for the sewer chat. I'm a little east of Des Moines, heading off to dialysis around 4 a.m. Any idea what it'll look like? Probably just raining. Won't be anything that early in the day. That's significant. Should I alert my family in Wellston, Oklahoma? I think they're probably okay right now. I don't think there's any reason to alert them. Just strong storms right now. We are now 46 subscribers away from 1.78 million. What are you up to, Max? I don't know. I'm just covering weather, I guess. Hey, famous for becoming a member. Got a new flash flood warning in Oklahoma. That'll be for Oklahoma City. Got a big training area of heavy rain right now that's leading to some flooding. So if you're in Oklahoma City traveling tonight, make sure that you are avoiding flooded roadways. Turn around, don't drown. Oklahoma City, Edmond, Choctaw, and Newella are included in this. Animal Sewer Chat says lower mid-Michigan tornadoes possible tomorrow. Probably not. I think the tornado risk tomorrow will be pretty low down there. It's not zero, but it'll be pretty low. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just an update on the storms and what we expect from them the rest of tonight. We talked about earlier how instability was going to be very important for these storms to sort of continue at the strength that they were. And once they started to run out of instability, that's when the storms are going to start to die down and they were just no longer going to storm. They're just going to become nothing. That is starting to happen if we take a look at our Cape. We're getting basically all below 1,000 joules per kilogram all across all of our severe weather, especially up to the north near Tulsa. That is where we're seeing very low values around 480. That's just not enough to sort of support a good, robust thunderstorm, even in a linear thunderstorm. So pretty soon here, we are going to start to see the severe thunderstorm warnings we do have across our QLCS start to die off, I would expect. I do think we're going to see a little bit of a flash flooding threat in places up here near Tulsa, all the way down to Oklahoma City, where we have already seen storms sort of trained over these areas, and we're going to continue to see that throughout the rest of the night. So that's something to watch out for. But I do think the severe threat for the day is starting to wrap up, and we shouldn't see much more considerable hail, and we should only see damaging winds for the rest of the night.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. It's a massive salad. Why do they put cucumber? My throat. Why do they put cucumbers and... What is up with people putting cucumbers and as well as carrots inside of a Caesar salad? Is this a Caesar salad? I don't know what the... Riley, did you order me a Caesar salad? What is this? Where's the salad from? It's from Wawa. A weird combo? Yeah. There's 6 cucumbers and some shredded carrots. It's breaking news to me. I don't know a Caesar salad that's like that. This is the raspberry lemonade. That is actually really good. What the heck? A lot of sugar in it, though. Dressing on the side? No, the dressing's in it. This is what it looks like. 1 second to open it. There's a lot of carrots on this thing. Can't really get much of a better shot of it. Actually, what we could do, look at this. I got an I don't know if the green went through the green screen, but what is Wawa? It's a gas station, but it's a good gas station. They have good food. Is there salad with that dressing? There is salad. Hey, famous for becoming a member. It's Caesar dressing. I mean, it's basically a Caesar salad. I don't know why it's like, I don't know. I don't know why there's carrots and cucumbers. It's so random. I'm not opposed to cucumbers or carrots, but not in a salad. I'm not a fan of that. I don't like how it tastes. Hate the texture. Got some people asking about Dallas-Fort Worth. I think most of the Dallas-Fort Worth area is looking at some gusty winds tonight, low damaging wind risk, and really no tornado risk for the immediate DFW area. But as a reminder, always have ways to receive alerts in case something does change. And if you need an extra way to receive weather alerts, you can check out Max Alert. The link's at the top of the description. Thank you, Keezy, for the super chat. Bro's eating healthy salad, but has Red 40 drink in hand. Does this have Red 40? Does not have Red 40. Has pear juice concentrate, grape juice concentrate, lemon juice concentrate, ethyl alcohol. What? Gum acecia? And fruit and vegetable juice. It's actually pretty tasty, even though there's a lot of sugar in this thing. There's a lot of added sugar. No Red 40. Is that alcoholic? I don't know. What is ethyl alcohol? It says it on the tag. I don't know if you guys can read this. Ethyl alcohol? Those are all the ingredients. I don't know what that is. Shout out to Seth for becoming a member. Acid with sugars? I guess. How's Kansas City tonight? I think Kansas City's done. Got some rain. Got one little storm that's trying to go up near Kansas City, but nothing severe. We only have one warning in all of Missouri. I don't think Missouri's going to see another severe warning tonight, to be honest. If we were to see one, it would be this cluster here going towards Jefferson City. But tornado watch is still ongoing for 2 hours. I don't see there being much of a tornado risk tonight, but again, just have ways to receive alerts just in case. I think anything, again, north of Tulsa is, for the most part, not as strong as before. All these storms have tried rotating. They've just kind of struggled. But I definitely wouldn't rule out an overnight tornado somewhere. I just don't want to rule it out entirely because of the fact that the temperature is obviously dropping, and that can sometimes lead to lower cloud bases and lead to a tornado. Max velocity, drinking alcohol on stream. I do not drink alcohol on stream. But thank you for the super chat. We have a new severe warning in Maryland. We actually have 3 severe warnings. 2 of them are in Delaware, and we got one in Maryland. It looks kind of like a shark for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Like, this does have alcohol? What? This has to be, like, legally drinkable alcohol. I mean, this literally doesn't say alcoholic or alcoholic beverage anywhere, so. Is a tornado possible in Ardmore tonight? It is possible, but it's a very low chance. I doubt it, though. I really doubt. I doubt we're going to see another tornado really anywhere in here. I say doubt because, again, I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but it's a very low chance. I think if we were to see something, it would probably be up in here somewhere. But I'm also, again, not very confident that we're even going to see something up here. This would probably be the corridor I'd be watching for, though. Thank you, Carson, for the super chat. Barnsdall, not much left tonight. Again, just strong to severe, isolated severe storms, and then tomorrow, nothing. And then Friday, we'll have another significant risk of severe weather. I'm learning so much. Ethyl alcohol is produced by yeast fermentation of sugars. Okay. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Delaware. We have 12 severe warnings, and almost half of them now are over here in Delaware and Maryland. All sorts of little hailstorms and windstorms that are going up right now. So stay away from windows if you're over here in Maryland. Sir Chat says max velocity after hours with Babe. So terrible. We should literally just title the stream afterwards, Babe. That's it. Hey, April Fool's Day isn't over yet. It's not over yet. Still got about 15 more minutes. What is that camera? What are we doing with the cameras? Oh my goodness. What? I'm getting hacked. The cameras have gotten hacked. They've gotten hijacked. What are we doing? We got apparently a view of the we got orbit. We got orbiting Earth right now over on the NASA International Space Station. We got a live Artemis 2 rocket camera. I don't know what this is looking at. It looks like a light. And then we apparently got a camera over in the South Pole. What a time to be alive. Do we have any fish cameras this late? I doubt it, but don't we have like some San Diego Zoo cameras or something? Oh, apparently we got a view of a crater. Okay. It's over in Hawaii. We got Hawaii cameras. It's my kind of stream. Cameras got hacked. It's chalked. They Numb for the super chat, and also they Hyper for the super chat. I was Stephenville, Texas, looking for tornadoes. Very low chance. I don't expect any tornadoes near Stephenville tonight. Again, Friday maybe, but tonight no. Vex says, for shit, super chat. Not even gonna say that. My family lives in Naperville, Illinois. What is likelihood of tornadoes in the Chicago area tomorrow? I think the tornado risk will be the highest here. That's where the highest tornado threat will be, in my opinion. It gets lower everywhere else, but I think there'll be a localized higher risk near Davenport, Dubuque, Iowa City, and Rockford. The closer you are to the lake, though, the lower chance of a tornado is. Like, basically, if you're right along the lake, the tornado risk will dramatically decrease. Once again, we do have severe storms rolling through Norman and Purcell, Oklahoma. Nothing out of the ordinary. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds are the main concern. Got a little bit of dime-sized hail possible. A lot of lightning, obviously, keeping people awake this evening. Got another video that somebody has sent in. This one was from Wichita Falls, Texas. And then this is video sent in from Stillwater, Oklahoma. It's from actually, pretty cool view of it. The low clouds here. You got a little base right there. You get a better pen here. You can see the base of the supercell. Pretty sure this storm in Stillwater, when this video is taken, there was rotation on radar. Hey, Park for the super chat. What kind of mic are you using for the green screen? A Rode. I don't know. That's what it's called. That's the brand. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us. QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Matt with the super chat says there's an ice storm warning in Wisconsin tonight. There is. Got a little ice storm coming in. Ice storm warning for Wausau, Medford, Eau Claire, just west of Green Bay. Got winter weather advisories. We got winter weather advisories, I think, down into our severe weather risk, or about there for tomorrow. Yeah, there's a slight risk of severe weather for Oshkosh and Sheboygan in Wisconsin, and even a marginal threat in Green Bay. There is a marginal risk of severe weather in Stevens Point in Wisconsin while there are ice storm warnings in effect, which is wild. I'll show you guys the temperatures here. So right now, it's about 30 degrees. This is ice storm criteria right now. And then tomorrow, it's a little crazier. Tomorrow, it's going to get all the way up to 37 degrees. I guess it's going to be mainly a hail threat up there, but it's going to be warm enough for a hailstorm or two up there. That's why there's a risk. Over in Milwaukee, it's only like 32 right now. Tomorrow, it's going to get into the low 60s. The big problem with tomorrow's severe weather setup will be the temperatures. We'll see if they get warm enough, but looking at 60s for the most part, maybe low 70s. Here's the actual future radar here. And so again, there is some freezing rain and snow that is already happening. It's going to get worse overnight tonight and tomorrow morning. So, and there will be another threat Friday into early Saturday. Let's look at Friday real quick. We do have an enhanced risk of severe weather for Friday. Just got a new severe warning in Texas. It's going to be to the northeast of San Angelo. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Not really much of a tornado risk with this, but we'll keep an eye on it. Let's look at the future radar here for Friday. I'm not going to lie, Friday does not look that impressive, according to the ARRR at least. The tornado threat could be significant in Iowa and northern Missouri. I do think we'll get probably a 10% hatch tornado risk tonight for Iowa and Missouri, especially with something like this. I mean, the wind shear on Friday will be pretty crazy up there in Iowa and northern Missouri, but if you look at reflectivity here, there is not really much. We'd have to have some discrete cells out in front of this line. So we'll see. This might uptrend as we get closer. We'll have a video talking about it, obviously, tomorrow morning, too, and also another one probably on Friday. Here's the future radar. And again, this is the Rufus, which, in my opinion, is not very accurate, but it goes out into this range. See, it has multiple rotating cells up there. Pretty strong line of thunderstorms from OKC into Springfield. Has some big hailstorms and maybe even a tornado threat down near Dallas-Fort Worth on Friday. And then Saturday, we haven't talked much about Saturday at all. But Saturday, we should have a continuation of severe weather. Not looking at much in the Ohio Valley on Saturday. Could have some pop-up hail and windstorms over in the mid-Atlantic. But down into the deep south, I have to go to another region view. Down into the deep south and southern plains, Friday night into Saturday morning, there should be a pretty strong line of thunderstorms to begin the day. And that should lead to some damaging winds. And also the possibility here of, again, a couple tornadoes. But I don't know if Saturday is a stream day. I have doubts. I think tomorrow obviously is a stream day. Friday will be a stream day. Saturday, who knows? Doesn't look that impressive, though. But damaging winds definitely on the table for Saturday. Now, mostly a damaging wind risk. Again, going through OKC, nothing really rotating. Also, tornado risk, very low tonight. Not zero, though. Definitely not zero. I'm in the ice storm. I know a lot of you guys tuning in, or at least some of you at least are in Wisconsin tuning in. This is our heat map of everybody tuning in. And again, if you want to send your location in, you can go to our reports website, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a location submission button. This includes also yesterday, but there's about 2,600 of you that have shared your location. We got a lot of people over in Oklahoma City, Tulsa. We got a pretty large chunk in Lawton and Wichita Falls. Got a lot of people over in Dallas too tonight, Springfield, Kansas City. Got quite a few people in the Midwest too. Minneapolis is a little hot spot. Got Wausau tuning in too, near Crownwetter and Mossany, and nobody in Stevens Point, Watuma. few people tuning in there. And again, anybody that's in this area, I know a lot of you might be tuning in from the Midwest tonight. Tomorrow is obviously the big day. It's not tonight, it's tomorrow. So keep an eye on that. Apparently there's a British Columbia camera on the bottom right now. Yeah, you guys like the name of our camera program? It's called Cam Program Thingy Dingy. We have a new thing called Max Call that is coming. It's a back-end program that we have, but nothing to do with, nothing we're releasing publicly. Just a back-end program for people to come on stream, basically. The Max brand is expanding. We got Max Call now. We got Max Alert. We got Max Weather, technically, on our website. I don't know what else we're going to do with Max, but we can do some more stuff. Max Verstappen. That is not something that we're doing. Max Pager. What is that supposed to do? Max Dating? Oh, God. We're not doing a Max Dating app. Loki, that'd be kind of funny, though, if we did. If we did Max Dating, it could only be for people that watch weather. Only those people. Nobody else. That'd be the restriction. Max Talk. Hey, Graham, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Would be hilarious. It would. What made you do the website? We were working on it back in January, but we also, like, the big thing with our website is, like, I wanted there to be a free source that we had that we could make, basically, and that you guys could use. I mean, that was, like, really the goal, was to make something that has a bunch of weather information that you guys can utilize any day of the week. So, like, we made this website. It came out back at the beginning of March, and it's been out for almost a month now. And I mean, it's evolved a lot. Like, I really recommend, guys, if you have, like, a, you know, on your phone, your computer, whatever it might be, bookmark the Max Velocity WX website and come back to this, like, every day. You can literally check your local forecast on here for any location. Doesn't matter where you are. You could be in, I don't know, let's do Max, North Dakota. So, some random place. Let me do Chicago, actually. Chicago's in a risk for severe weather tomorrow. But you can go to your, you know, your location here. It'll give you the breakdown of the forecast, your hourly forecast, the next 24 hours. You can scroll along and get all the data there. You get your local headlines, too. Like, this thing will literally give you headlines for your exact city. It's really cool. So it says, severe weather outbreak expected Thursday afternoon with strong tornadoes possible near I-39. And then it goes over literally 4 different local headlines for your location. It's accurate too. Like, this stuff is really cool. And it also gives you a risk for every single day in terms of, you know, your weather and how bad it could be. So the risk score for Thursday right now is a 4 out of 10. And it's also a 4 out of 10 for Friday. You got a trampoline risk for your city, your forecast breakdown, and your local area discussion. You can also go to our soundings page. This is brand new, but you can actually look at weather soundings from any place and see all the profiles in the atmosphere. We have a news section coming soon too. We have a news page with articles basically every single day on the weather. We got the misery index and all sorts of other cool things on here. Outdoor planner. Got road conditions. Got severe weather. Severe weather page has just a bunch of severe weather stuff. You can look at the latest risks of severe weather. Obviously, tomorrow's risk of severe weather will be across the Midwest with an enhanced risk. We'll be covering tomorrow. Got all the active watches, warnings, all that cool stuff. So if you want to check this out, it's maxvelocitywx.com. And while you're over here, you can also check out Max Alert. It's the top right button on the website. That'll bring you to the sign up page if you want to sign up for Max Alert. You want weather warnings overnight or really at any point during the year. Thank you, Jeffrey, for the super chat. Space cams on stream before GTA 6. You rock. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Tornado Alley, for the super chat. Yes, I will be fixing that, Tornado Alley. We're going to make sure that's good to go here soon. Max gone wild. I'll say Vex for the super chat. Dibble dating. That sounds like a terrible name. Dude, we're not doing a dating app. All right. Well, we've been live for 4 hours and almost 40 minutes, so we're going to wind it down. I do appreciate everybody tuning in today. And tornado risk for the rest of the night, pretty low. But if you guys need an extra way to receive weather alerts, if you guys need to have weather coverage for the next 2 hours, we have our 24/7 live weather stream up. It'll give you the latest tornado warnings, severe warnings, all that sort of stuff. Every single new alert goes into our 24/7 stream. There's live radar, live severe weather updates, all that cool stuff. So stay on the stream, and you'll be redirected to our 24/7 live weather stream. You'll also while you're over there, make sure to subscribe to the channel and make sure to watch that stream before we go live tomorrow, because there'll be live storm chasers and all sorts of stuff over there. It'll basically be a little live weather coverage before we actually go live here. Make sure to click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live tomorrow here. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. We'll have a video tomorrow morning, and also join our Discord server, link below. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Those are also linked in the description below. All right, we'll be live again tomorrow. We'll be live Friday, so stay tuned to the channel. Videos both days too. Thank you guys all so much for watching, and we will see you in the next live.